How's it going? You George?
No.
No?
Actually, I'm Juan. Nice to meet you.
Juan? Are you leading it
For
the first section?
boards?
Is that what's in here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Kyle. I'm here to help. We're working with the recordings and stuff.
Okay.
And what's your name? Juan?
Yes.
See,
Juan
I don't-
Espinosa.
Espinosa, okay.
Yes.
I don't have a list of who all in every room, that's why I was like.
Oh, okay.
And you're doing interactive board?
Yes.
Okay.
Disconnect computer.
And you're gonna hook yours up?
Yeah.
Alright, so what we're doing, and I don't know, I think she sent it in an email, is we're recording some of the sessions.
Got it.
The idea was we were gonna stream them live.
Ah.
We have that capability, but we just, at the last minute, they said, let's not do it just in case.
Got it.
So, but what it is that over there is the computer.
Okay.
And so it'll record you.
Perfect.
If you want, are you gonna use a lot on the computer?
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna. I have.
Do you have like a PowerPoint or presentation?
I got a Prezi on there, and then we're going to just dive right in and get straight to. Everyone's gonna log into Discovery Education.
Okay.
And
What we may do is just record it, and then later we'll get your Prezi and then put it together, and then have the recording in the e-course.
Okay.
So, and if you need anything, I'm here, Shane Thorpe,
No.
Paul Guy, he'll be in and out, and then Lisa Howe, and I'm at.
And what was your name again?
Kyle.
Hi. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm fabulous, how are you?
Great. You're the first one here. You're here a little early.
Well, I live in Saginaw, so I
Oh,
wanted
wow.
to be sure I gave myself enough time for traffic.
Good deal.
So, plus, I'm always early.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah. Unless, of course, I have to depend on my family, in which case I'm usually late.
I see. Maybe without the screen.
It works fine for me.
Right? Good morning. How are you doing?
Good.
Let's see, where can I get up?
I said, away from the camera and where I don't have to turn my head the whole time.
Right.
So
Well, this is,
I'd much rather be in this cold than this.
I'd rather not be recorded. Is that one?
My son is at camp and he posts pictures of everything.
Oh, yeah.
So we're looking for the camera. So.
Sounds like you guys are.
Yes, yeah. Well, but this isn't video, it's just still shots. I mean,
Oh, yes.
of course, he's 15 too, so.
Oh, well. That's expensive.
But still, it's gone for 3 weeks. I want to at least catch a glimpse.
Oh, yeah, 3 weeks is long.
Yes. And yet not very long, all at the same time.
I got both Sharons turning around. Who is Sharon? You, okay. She thought she signed up for the same one as me. Okay. But she's not on there. Okay. Okay. Here's my online. Oh, next time for this one. Okay, the way we do this, there's not a way of removing from Minecraft. You can do a walk-in session. If you will, just send an email to me, say, what you said. I'll, extensively walk on and attend and do the session.
Which that's a fun one.
Right.
Right, well, and they're right on like LBJ. So if the lake rises, so the cabins that sit on the lake, but I don't know that they actually float. And they just get flooded.
What cube?
They're posted online. Yeah.
It's the same one I went to when I was a kid, my brother and I went, and my daughter went through their leadership program and starting it this year. So, which, that's the other thing, is they're behind the scenes a lot, so maybe that's why he's not in front of the camera. He's not following my direction.
Yeah, make sure that I see a glimpse of it.
You are not listening from 4 hours away, and I'm just back. The actual, there was a picture the other day, it looked like the tug was trying to push him away, and it looks like he's saying, "Hi, Mom." That'll work.
Did you guys get onto the internet?
No, I haven't attended.
I'm online.
Okay.
Vacation Bible School is this week, and I'm the preschool leader, so.
I'm good.
Shelley? I'm good too, I'm on.
I only had wings and baked potatoes for lunch Sunday. I'm getting back to camp.
I ended up going with our fifth graders this year to Pine Cove.
Oh, there too. Well,
And,
it was a long time ago.
just with the fifth grade.
Yeah.
School kiddos. And, because the teacher backed out and I'm a specialist, like, I'm the gifted specialist, so I was like, I'll go.
Great.
Let me check with my husband, make sure he can keep the children. And, I ended up going, but it was nice, these people cooked for me,
Yeah.
and I didn't have to feed anybody.
Right?
I was like, it's like vacation.
Exactly. It's kinda nice.
Cause the fifth graders can feed themselves, so.
Right?
It wasn't so bad. And they were running, the fifth graders were running about how to clean up their plates after the meal.
Get over it.
And I'm like,
That's not
oh, there you
good. They're just like, get out of my face. Then they look like he's saying, "Hi, Mom."
Yeah, that's it. He's like, this is what I'm supposed to do. So I'm getting crazy.
The campground is just beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, guys, I know you like to
Oh, no,
say
you're
stuff,
fine,
but-
you're fine. Well, hopefully they don't get too bad.
They were supposed to start in like 3 minutes, and there's 2 of us here.
Oh, no.
That's awesome. We still don't wanna be on the phone though.
On the camera? Yeah, I saw it too as soon as I came in, so we'll see how that works. We're gonna. Yeah, it gets everything but that table.
Uh-huh. Yes, this was strategic. It's gonna look like you're talking to an empty room.
Funny.
There may
everyone
be a
shows up
voice or
late
two
and-
that speaks from the
Right.
side.
It's not really blocked because it let me go.
Probably.
Yeah.
Which is working out fine, because I'm still trying to configure my iPad to use as a remote. It's not cooperating right now.
You just spoke a foreign language to me. I have no idea how to do all that.
No. I have
I've used my cell phone as a remote,
Yeah.
or a mouse. I've never used my iPhone.
I'm teaching this one tomorrow. There's another course, tech course I'll be teaching on how to use, this is like an interactive whiteboard that you use with your iPad. So like in my classroom, I don't have a true one-to-one, so it's just one iPad for the whole classroom.
Right.
So it's a way to be able to write over your program, your documents, and have the kids practice with it with just one iPad. But I'm gonna use it to control the. Good morning.
Hi, this
How are
is
you?
the building board session?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at that. I'm like,
Oh, there's a sign-in sheet over here.
Okay, good.
Was parking okay outside? Okay.
There's parking on both sides too.
How are you?
My brain's still asleep.
Well, I'm looking at that going, what is that?
That's the thing, it's not cooperating.
That looks you.
How you doing?
Good, good. Enjoying the summer.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Morning.
Hey, Gary, how are you?
Good.
You said right in Can't come here today, because we're having another class, thinking that we're gonna Oh, it's never spelled. That's like the one and then we like to
We're in 3 classes in here,
We do research.
These three right here.
They use it.
I know there's one
like,
way,
so they can
one
give them
way.
this and that.
Yeah, you do. What's that?
right?
And then they can brain games. Brain games.
Whiteboard or?
Oh, it's gonna be a, board builder on Discovery Education. Yeah.
This isn't here.
That's it.
Wait a minute. Well, why didn't you call me? Hey, is everything Steve? Oh, no, it's in this week.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
Okay, we're.
But there's more.
I wasn't.
Blend it, so.
But that was it.
For whatever reason.
Summer goes out, small one.
That's fine. All right, let's see.
Have you had a good one?
All right, interactive wall. Is that here?
You might be like,
No.
yay, congratulations, I'm excited.
106.
It was a lot of fun.
I think it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll find it. It's right around the corner down there.
Good morning. How you doing?
I don't prefer to.
Yeah.
No, it is. Really?
I would think it would be more challenging.
Which one?
Well,
Grand Prairie, Arlington, Cedar Hill.
Well, no.
It's challenging in Cedar Hill too. I was right now.
You're still on here from last year.
No one, they probably get it. What do you want me?
Good morning.
Hey, how are you? Every building board.
Are you doing another one after this?
Yeah.
Which one?
The one next door, because I'm on Friday too. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go. She doesn't have one.
Here.
You gotta sit in. You're gonna drive around. And then you're gonna end up not eating as much as
So. I've been looking. Yeah. But anyone. Sure. Cause you have to have like. GT's state requirement. To go to Vegas. 6 hours every week. This was fun.
That's good. She falls. Yeah, I saw she fell. See, that's why you can see. But I'm okay. I wish I was there with this one. She's like doing her own training video.
Yeah.
I think I have a QR there.
Yeah.
Probably for that very
She's like, no, I sold that, but what I want is literacy integrated with
Okay, so we're gonna go and get started. As the rest of the participants come in, we'll have them just sign in. Let's go ahead and get started. So my name is Juan Espinosa. I'm a third grade dual language teacher at Rayburn Elementary, and we're gonna learn about boards. So there's quite a stigma when it comes to boards as to how to use them, why I should use them, and do they really benefit my classroom. So what I'd like to do first is just go around the room, introduce yourself, and tell me what you know about boards. Start right here.
Kim Smith, South Kern Prairie High School, chemistry, have no idea. Wanting to learn.
Well, welcome.
Jeanette Sanchez, 3rd grade at Lee, and I'm the same boat as her.
Okay. Welcome. Good morning. How are you?
Deidre Johnson, YMLA, 6th grade science, and just here to learn.
Deal. Good morning.
Good morning.
And your name and just introduce quick intro about yourself.
And I teach at YWLA.
Okay.
Candace McCartney, 3rd grade, Lee Elementary.
I'm Missy Kay, and I'm a dyslexia teacher, so I'm kind of everywhere, but, and I don't know much about boards.
Kathy Cipriano, 4th grade at Lee, and boards are fairly new.
Is there a Cipriano here at Reagan, or do you know what?
Catherine Wood, kindergarten, 1st grade, looking at Eisenhower, I've used other people's boards, but I want to make my own.
Good.
Erin Wright, elementary business specialist, and I've used boards before as a product in a research project with my 1st and 2nd grade students.
Jennifer Williams, functional skills at Jackson, and I have no idea what it is.
No worries.
2nd grade, Frankfurt Elementary, and I don't know anything about boards, but it sounded really interesting.
So, she's actually my wife, and made me get nervous as she took my class.
That's teaching talk. It's like at home we're leaving it at. Yeah. And that's why I was like, I'm here to learn.
You had heard the teacher.
It's really cute, so I'm here.
So for the most part, everyone has the same skill level when it comes to boards, which is good for me because that's the way I want to present today. It's just from scratch, from the beginning. I've used boards before, and I've used them multiple ways. What I'd like to do first is just have a little challenge activity. Most of you know each other, some of you have each other. I want you to get with a partner and just discuss some of the challenges that you've heard or some of the challenges you've experienced when you hear the word boards or you hear about what boards is supposed to be about. So we'll take a quick 5 minutes just to kind of discuss that, then we'll come back as a group and share some of those.
It's just a place where students can go and like get something, like so there's to make like a shield and maybe like a little interactive game or something. That's the idea.
You're both at FBLA.
Why is it? Okay, comprehensive dances.
Like those videos and things that like she's keep it updated. Yeah. As far as like based on I don't bring in their videos. I just write I'm trying to especially because that's something I can do and help my kids. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic, because that's what you need for a haircut. Exactly.
Yeah. Seeing you.
Once they're older.
Parents respond. So my parents, I get more research. I have Discovery Ed. And students, I get maybe.
Anyway.
Yeah. Interactive walls? I'm trying to board, you mean?
Or no, or build.
Like they just choose their background and they just go into it. And then they can build it and they can build the crowd. When they present it without having to write it. The way I'm thinking about it, because you can't have person information for your people just searching on the internet. Is made up on all the computers that we're using. I don't need pictures. And then I was simple from there, they just pull it.
I like meetings, they were. And then I started hearing,
Right.
yeah, I said about the high school, we could use something, they're already out of the habit.
Video on the
Oh, okay. Change your mind, put your head out there and say, hey, I need that.
Okay. I love all the dialogue, so let's get started. Who would like to share first? Some of the challenges that you've heard, that you've experienced, or that, you know, some of the doubts that you have with starting a course.
I didn't hear any challenges from her. She really liked it. My only problem is I'm bad at technology, so that's my personal challenge.
Good, thank you for your honesty.
Good. I was telling them, depending on your age group, it presents different challenges. You know, for a first and second grader to type everything into it, it takes forever. And that's where I've used it before. But one way I combated one of the challenges, like pulling pictures in, is searching the internet for hours, looking for pictures. And so I made a folder for them to go to on their computer. And that made that quicker, because it had what they needed. They went and picked what they wanted and pulled it in.
Perfect. What about the back over here?
We just talked about how it's a challenge to kind of keep it updated, because it's something you get started on, but then kind of forget about, but just keeping it updated.
I guess the biggest thing with the kids, sometimes, I guess this would be a challenge, is when they come to the end of it, oh, I have no more space, I'm like, yes, you do, this narrow. I'm done. They're like,
I'm going to be showing you some, and some of them are quite long, actually, very elaborate, very nice. What about the statement?
My challenge is I've never heard of it. Now, is Prezi part of board? I mean, because I've done Prezis. That's not Prezi, okay, I have no idea about a board. I've never heard of board, I use a board. But I know. I may have.
Were amazed that I did not know how to build a board. So I thought it might be well.
Students don't
I
know.
I tell you, just from my experience, I've used it both ways. I've used it as a teacher to help my instruction and lesson planning, and I've also used it for the students. I come from a school that doesn't have the one-for-one, so it does make it challenging. But I'm gonna show you different ways that you can use this for any type of classroom. The course is gonna give you 1.5 hours of digital learning and instructional technology credit. So, all right. So, boards. Some of the challenges that I came across is just not having enough technology so that every student can do this. Or, you know, the computer lab, we're only limited to so much time. Also, it takes too long. It takes too long to get a board done, either by the students or, you know, us as teachers, because we have other things to do. We have other responsibilities that we have to get done, and adding boards to it is just going to make it that much harder than time. And then the other challenge is just don't know how to get started. Don't know where to go, don't know what it is, so it's difficult to get started. So I'm improvising, by the way. I have interactive remote, but you know technology, sometimes it doesn't come out the way you want it to, so use my mouse talents. Okay, so let's get started. So what is a board? It's a way to interactively communicate. It's a way to creatively represent either part of a lesson or student work. So the way you get started is first you identify a topic. Who wants to read step 1 for me?
Who's at the bottom?
It's
What do you want to make your board about? Do you want to investigate Vikings, or maybe you want to create one about your favorite creature, butterflies? You can pick any subject you want. The sky's the limit.
step 2.
You want someone to read? A great place to start looking for resources is Discover Education Search. You can browse through the collection, adding anything interesting to your quick list for easy access when you begin constructing your board. Or you can conduct your own internet search. The board builder allows you to add outside resources too. Just keep track of the links you want to use, or if you are downloading items, put them all in one folder on your computer so you can easily add them to your board later.
And I think someone mentioned that about the pictures. It's a great tip. So I really love this picture here and the word metamorphosis. As you can see, these are the different types of files, different types of media documents that you have to gather to pretty much shape your product. And your product, of course, is the board. So here we have audio file, we have images, we have videos, different files that you can use to create your board. So this is the part where you gather your resources. It does talk about Discovery Education. There's and I've used it, and there's tons of content. There's math, there's science, there's reading, of course. There's a lot of core content, media files that you can use here, plus all the other resources that UPISD offers. And those are some of the other resources that we're going to discuss as well. So next step is write your content. Who would like to read that?
What do you want your board to say? What message do you want to convey? You can give your board a headline. You can write captions for each of the items you add to your board. You can even include text blocks as a way to provide more information. These blocks can be as long or as short as you want, so get writing.
Okay. So step 3 is to get started. Get your content. Once you get your content gathered and you know what you want to say, now it's time to build it. So you have the board builder tool is an awesome tool. It's going to help you kind of gather your files and then be able to embed them onto this blank board. So once you have completed all these steps, you are well on your way to construct your board. Of course, you can start by making your board at any time. Just click the blank board or any of the themes to get started. So I'd like to show you some boards. So one way that you can use boards, or students can use boards, is a number study. And I found a really cool board. So the Dr. Seuss was not a moose. This board here gives you a quick bio on Dr. Seuss. It lists all the books, and these, by the way, are links. You can click them and it goes to the online version of that book. Some very cool quotes I like here. The one I really like is the one that says, "Some questions are complicated and the answers are simple." Other one, "I like nonsense. It wakes up the brain cells." So then we have a video on great authors, including Dr. Seuss. So this is one piece of work. And as you can see, it's very interactive, it's well organized, and it's visually appealing to me compared to the traditional book report. So we talked about how we can use them as teachers. One is you can use it to introduce math content or a lab investigation. So here's a nice little board on, this is math content. So the teacher added a audio file at the very top. And this audio file will introduce the product, and then she goes straight into a video. So the video is an instructional video on slopes. There's also a read along, and there's also an informal assessment on here, so she's checking for her understanding. So that's another video that she's added, plus an image to it, which will be here. And then with your mouse, you'll be able to click into these and actually see them. Now, I like this bottom piece. It's the application, how you can apply it to real world. So this video that she has helps students kind of relate the math material, the math content to the real world. And at the bottom, Common Core Standards, she has her text there. So this is a well-organized lesson all in itself. And she'll be able to use this with her students to be able to teach the content. That's a great way.
Are you going to let us have access to these things?
Yes. Oh, you're gonna do a whole lot more than that. You're gonna build actually 2 words per day. Here's another one. This is a lab report. So these right here are actually document attachments. And what I can tell you about this, I did do some troubleshooting here. And if you upload a document, a Word document, when you finish your board and you share it and someone tries to open it, it's not going to work. You're going to get an error message. So what you have to do is once you have your finished document, you have to save it as PDF file. Then you'll be able to view it from any computer and you'll be able to print it. So that was one of the issues that I was having when I first made my board is documents. So make sure to convert your documents to PDF. And here's a nice, long, elaborate book report on the Wizard of Oz. So at the very top, she's got a short bio, the main character. She's got a video embedded with descriptions of the main characters. She has her setting. So pretty sure that video is going to Kansas. And the plot, it was too long of a board to actually embed on here, but it's very long, so I know someone mentioned that it's too short that you can extend it. Okay, so your resources. These are just a few. For your students, we have Culturegrams, and it's linked to the network, and you won't need to sign on, but if you try to get on here, get onto here after school hours or somewhere where you don't have the district network on, then it's hard to get in. You need to sign on, but you can get with your instructional media specialist, and they'll be able to help you with that. But this is a great tool for students. You want to learn about history, you want to learn about a state. This gives you an audio file with the national anthem. It gives you videos. It gives you graphs. Different photo gallery. It gives you video as well. So many different resources that your students can use. And I got these straight from the district website under students and then library services. And of course, Discovery Education, great resource. This search engine right here is very powerful. You can filter it, you can open it up to various different content areas and various different types of files, and we'll be getting in here shortly. Has everyone got onto the internet? Okay. Now these are some other links that your students or yourself can access. Again, these are straight from the district website. We got NBC Learn, Pebble Go, Worldbook Web, Learning.com, Gaggle, Discovery Ed, we talked about that one, Culturegrams, American West, American Indian Histories and Cultures. Has anyone visited these sites?
Culture grant.
Pebble
Go on.
And, you know, we talked a lot about YouTube and how YouTube may not be appropriate for the classroom, so, but you know, there's so much content there. I've been giving TeacherTubes a try, and I've been messing with the filters just to be able to open up more content and more videos. So I've been using it for a while, and I'll be more than happy to give you my feedback on it or give you some tips on it as I get more acclimated with it. I've only used it for about a month or so, but everyone's recommending it aside from the standard YouTube. So, has anyone used YouTube? Okay. What do you think about it?
I like it. Sometimes it's a problem with streaming.
Okay.
But other than that, I get a lot of my videos and stuff from there that I implement to engage the kids for us.
Do you find that it's a wide selection of videos, or
Yeah.
is it just kind of?
Well, I teach science, so it's pretty wide.
Okay.
But, I have to kind of hunt around sometimes because I teach 6th grade and make sure that that content is just hearing and it's not higher level.
Discovery Education, has everyone been on there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you used the transcript feature on your videos?
I did after you told me about it.
So I'm going to show you that, and I think you brought up a good point when it comes to videos, trying to find the right content, especially if it's a long video and you're just trying to teach a specific portion of it. On Discovery Education, there's a transcript feature on where you could actually cut and go straight to the segment that you want. So it can be a 2-hour video, but you only need 3 minutes of it. Then you can actually condense it and cut the clip and then be able to embed that to the board. So we'll discuss that as well. Pearson Realize, so in the district, you know, all the math content is new. We got the textbook. This is the digital lessons. I found that to be a great resource as a teacher if you want to use a board to instruct or to plan a lesson. One cool feature with this website is you're able to customize your own assessment. So based on your student's need, you can actually customize the type of questions that you want on the assessment and then print it out. And you can actually publish it and share it with some of your colleagues as well. Everything that's on the math consumable, you'll find here. So you'll be able to embed it, and they come already in PDF. You embed some of these files straight onto your board. So after you finish your lesson, you show your media, you can click on the on one of these files and it'll project, and you'll be able to have your next assignment or your practice. Tomorrow, I'm not sure how everyone is with their schedule, but tomorrow I will be teaching another tech course, and we're going to be using a couple programs to collect immediate data that you can use for RTI, that you can use for informal assessments, and that you could also use to electronically teach with as a whiteboard. So I don't have a whiteboard in my classroom, but I use a whiteboard with the iPad. So that's tomorrow. It's called Student Response System. So if you need another tech course, I will be teaching that tomorrow. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do today, the product is I will create an all about me board. So this is going to be a bio. The criteria is that you have 3 images, 1 video, and 1 text box. Now, about me will be a great board to introduce yourself on the first day of school with your students. So you can talk about, you know, your educational background, your hobbies, your summer vacation. Anyone going on summer vacation? You can put that on there. You know, I would put my inspirational quote, something that you live by, something that you use to motivate yourself. Of course, pictures of your family. So this is the criteria, but as you get comfortable, you can add more images, you can add more video. Then, once we get done with that, we're gonna share a few of them in the classroom. Then we're gonna get into the meat of it, and we're gonna create a content board. You pick the content based on what you teach. So it's gonna be like a mini lesson. Criteria there, again, is 3 images, 1 video, 1 document. I see most of you have your computer, so let's try to upload a document using the PDF format. 1 article, and then of course list your tips on it. And it's 9, so we're gonna squeeze all that into the next hour. Oh, and also, if I understand family is important. It is to me. So if you need to attend to a text message or a phone call, you won't hurt anyone's feelings. You won't hurt my feelings. You need to step out and get that. I always say families first, so please do so. If you need a break, you can do that as well. We have restrooms on the right side of the building. Let's get started. Okay. Oh, one last thing. By the end of the day, I hope that my goal is that we kind of throw away some of our insecurities or challenges that we have with boards and just throw them in a dumpster. So I'll put Splash on there. Who knows who the Splash Brothers are? Splash Brothers? NBA Finals? Warriors?
I know who the Warriors are.
Okay.
But they're doing good. They're doing good.
So let's go to Discovery Education. And you can get there through the GPISD website or just by typing the URL. Let's do this. Let's go straight from the website. It's the website is gpisd.discoveryeducation.com. That same one that you have. Because when you try to log in from the generic website, sometimes that's where it is.
Well, I don't remember what this one was.
Yeah, I went under for staff and I have it.
Are you trying to get to the website? It's
I did that. And then I clicked on that.
She means type up here, GPISD, that is area. Yeah. And I can help them with
Actually, it's not that quick.
No, no, I just wanna get there.
I've never been at the library.
Okay, so.
I remember last year it was probably.
Has everyone got on already? I see some of you already on the board. Portion of it. Okay, so from here, you can go to your builder tools. Okay, you can go to your builder tools and then board builder. Okay. So at the very top, we have a couple themed boards already that you can use to embed a file. They're already formatted with a specific theme, or you can go with a blank board. So for the sake of today, just pick ocean, history, or notebook. I'll pick, not me. Of course, you want to save it to your content. Okay, so a few things. So I like these templates because they already have a specific format. You know, you have your headline text, you have 2 text boxes here, and then you have 2 media spaces here. Now the media that you can use are pictures, videos, audio, and another cool thing that I like is that it gives you the option to either search it on Discovery Education, pull it from your own content that you've already saved, or upload it from any files that you have on your computer. So if you have some files on your computer, or you want to search Discovery Education, go ahead and do that. I don't expect it to be too personalized, because most of us really don't have personal pictures on our work computer. But if you are,
Can we email it?
you can, yes you can do that.
That's what I was already looking at.
We were outdated. And now we're not.
Uh-oh.
Wait, we got blue again.
You could use some of your classroom pictures if you have this awesome project that you did with your students this past year.
What would you say? You should rotate it, right?
Thank you.
I would recommend, for your teacher documents, any files that you want to keep, save them to your OneDrive. Does everyone use a OneDrive?
Yes.
It's to not only access your files, but keep them organized. I unfortunately had the bad experience of having a computer that went down midway throughout the year, and I turned it in, and the tech, you don't seem worried. I was like, no, like, why? Like, 'cause I had everything saved to the online folder. So it really saves time, because once you start doing it, everything is automatically defaulted to the OneDrive. So everything that you save will automatically go there, but you won't have to worry about losing any content on your computer.
Dr. Trish here. I am here. Finish up. So when I go back, yeah, it goes back up there and I need a picture.
Saves me to do this.
I don't know where I wanna go, I want to.
Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah. You know what you can do is, bring this down. Which video do you think?
See, you were not, you said it right. I guess it's all you say about something. I'm not like, I'm all right. If I want to say the email that I just sent to myself.
So, oh, you talking about a specific file or just the? Okay. Oh, yes, okay, go right here, right click.
They brought it up and off. It's the same thing.
This is weird. Yeah.
This is actually my Sunday after training, actually.
Oh, there it is, right there. No, here. That's a picture. There you go, start it.
And we'll stick it in there. Okay, so this one's something like, oh, it was done. Oh, but I can't remember that. That's the, oh, I can't remember how to cut them off.
No, you can move it.
Let's see, thank you.
You just move it around in there. And then you can add text. That's mine on Tuesday. Or was it the other one? So we need to do a video, picture,
Text box
text box.
and video picture text box.
A link or?
The article will be for the content board.
You went in and.
I had them on my
Green
phone,
is-
like,
I don't have to rotate,
Okay.
so
Green
it's
is-
onto my laptop, so I
Oh.
have the way my desktop, so how is your picture in
So
there?
if you show, it's up, it's correctly on my computer, but when I add it, it's just like.
You want to do it on your computer? Go to, have you saved it on? Oh, you saved it on?
Again.
Oh, I
She ever made.
Here. Add the bullet and then hit that.
load times are so much faster than some of the other websites where we have to upload documents. We just uploaded a video, went pretty quick to see right.
I have a question for hers. It keeps putting the image upside down.
But
It's right side. Yeah. So like.
But it won't let you rotate it?
See, if I go here to upload, all the pictures are the right way. Maybe I should go in and edit it, put it.
You can't do that.
Well, but I was saying, cause it's not uploading it right. Cause I've done it with like 3 different pictures. Let me go in and edit the photo and see if that's.
Sorry, I just thought you're done with it.
No, I did it. His name is Adan.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, it's so
Usually has to mention like that.
Because that's what it
Convert it
is.
into document things.
switch the language and name, the language.
You do?
There's a nice program called the Retrieval Cut on Facebook. Yeah.
So what is Harmony thinking of boys?
I don't know. I don't think she's really cute. Well, at first she was real adamant about having.
When you have it downloaded, I'll,
Do you want a brother or is it?
I'll-
So, and he's not really like, she's like, oh.
You have it up?
It's gonna be interesting.
Okay.
Christine has all the Legos ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. So
You can relate to that. Well, you tried to tell me I'm my husband's name. Because that's in English. Oh, I guess you're saying since in English, I should. And out of your phone. Yeah.
I copied it to you, it now looks weird.
you can do this with
The
videos
bullets
all the
are not
time.
working.
After the image. Save it.
Like maybe if you just.
Why doesn't it have like that?
What are your favorite?
I've never had time to play with it.
So then when you go
Blue,
back to your
soccer.
image, you'll be able to.
You put all those in it?
I saved a PDF, but you can't do a PDF here.
Not on
Cause
that,
it's
yeah.
one of these, everybody needs to add.
Really?
I have a question.
Oh, go to your documents. That's not your documents.
Is it my documents?
Yeah.
I don't really save anything about.
There.
May I ask you a question? If we were working and we hit a button and then wanted to go back, do we lose what we had?
Oh, no, not at all.
I went to search and that was Discovery Education, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, I see.
And then I just put it back and it took me back like I was starting over.
There we go.
one,
your
so that way I
specific
can
profile
rotate that one.
will be in there.
Thank you.
I just didn't want to start over.
I'm just,
Are you in here?
I have a
Okay,
photo,
found it.
I have a photo on my on my desktop.
Okay.
How do I get it there?
Okay, a couple more minutes, and if anyone would like to share their board.
So I went in and I flipped the picture upside down and it actually put it upside down this time.
So it wasn't a thing.
It wasn't, you know what I mean? Like the
Yeah, it
picture was
was-
right side up, so I went in and I put it upside down, so maybe it would put it right side up. But no, it put it back upside down. It put it.
Are these pictures from the iPad?
You, I don't know.
Are they from the iPad?
They might be.
Because sometimes I have that problem too.
They probably
I
are.
don't.
I would bet they are.
I don't see how I'm positioning it, and I just click the picture, and then, because I've had videos come out sideways.
They might be.
So maybe that. Well, but you see, you already rotated it, right?
Yeah, she rotated.
Yeah, I went in
And
on the
saved it.
file and I
And saved
rotated
it.
it, saved it, and I put it here. See, like, if I go to Upload, add files, the picture's upside down. But if I put a right side up on it, it's upside down.
With pictures, I've seen videos do that where it's sideways.
I haven't done it yet, I'm getting ready to
And I tried rotating the box,
try
but
to
it
see
doesn't do that.
and give it to you.
You don't know how to take pictures.
On your iPad? Oh, do you have your iPad with you?
Yeah.
Flip the picture.
Yeah, flip the picture, then send it to her.
Okay, I,
Picture first.
I have the score so far, here's the pictures that I was gonna add.
Really?
So now,
Oh, you know what?
So first thing,
You put this picture here?
we're gonna do
Did
upload.
you put that picture there?
So can you do picture, video, or sound?
this
I don't know
picture,
how I got the right way.
You get a whole bunch of pictures.
I had them in my phone.
No. Yeah, sure.
Oh, I don't know, we're doing it now. Cause I put them on my desk.
When did you put that picture there? Cause you had that all about me, you had like 10 things there.
Can you send pictures from Facebook? Just go
But it's right side up.
Over there, put it somewhere else.
It really does. Once you have your template, then you should be able to change and adjust your, the same board and save it as another board. But here it's supposed to show you your folder.
What's wrong?
When I put the picture on it, it goes up.
I know what you
because I sound of music, because it's the beat there. That's how I wanted it. So yeah, I didn't look at pictures, give them my favorite.
So I guess I'll do
I'll do
that
that
one
race.
first.
I'll look up at the lyrics.
And you can add more files on there, but just
Oh, give it back.
Okay.
I'm gonna put a sound clip up there.
Okay.
Of the song.
So it's done.
Let me see if I can do it.
Now, before you can put them on here, that's where we're having the fun. Rotate them.
Okay, so how do I do that?
Well, I don't
Just
know,
here?
Because new working slow.
When I try to get on YouTube,
Yeah.
look how slow it's going. Get on where it's YouTube. Or it might be the word.
See what might be open and closed.
You ready? And you're on the GPS.
Yeah, it came right on. What do you want it to do with it?
Maybe that's this.
If only we had the video clip on the, your kid.
Just deleted all these pictures that I had pictures yesterday.
There we go.
Hey, is that a great option?
What about the text?
Right here.
And this is the one I want to take out.
I'm gonna get all Wi-Fi and get back on.
Yeah, I know.
Dr. Pepper's not on here. Well, this is not your 9th year, this is your 10th year.
Stretch that out.
And Is Mark spelled like M-A-R-K, M-A-R-C?
Did you have something here?
And that's part of the picture, that's my board,
Oh, okay.
so I wanna take that out.
This one here. So this will be your text here.
So the other stuff that I text is going then, is in that picture going over?
Was it a text or was it,
Maybe
It's
that's
stuff I
why.
had written. Oh.
Gavin is talking. It's your mom.
Okay. No, I just gotta think about what that's right.
I didn't know that was.
Okay, thank you.
Well, got images, got my text to work.
Probably your favorite animal that you
And my-
want.
Well, I just put, I downloaded the
You
file.
should've taken the baby
File. My
so no, the,
Oh, I guess not. Can I finish it? Are we good? I wanna move this thing. I might do right here. It's like I can move in here, but I want this picture. Well, I would like.
oh, move it up. So you need to delete this one.
Yeah, everything.
Mine was already saved.
When did I take that picture?
You don't use it now, right?
I'll just trash it.
My daughter, the day that my son was taking the Starbucks.
Is it, will it take JPEG files, cause it's having hard times, like, where did it go? Like, here's my file right here. like my picture, family picture, I saved it as a JPEG, and then,
Oh, yeah, you know what it
I
is?
can
The
type.
file size is just a bit too,
large.
yes, because it takes up to 100 kilobytes, and now it's 116.
Okay.
You can go to edit. You can
I
go
wonder
to
if
edit
you
and see
can
what the options are.
compress it. There's files to compress it, just for the,
Oh, so it's because of the size, that's why
Yeah,
it won't
it's
take it right here,
Yeah, it's up to
100.
well, here, give it a try real quick, let's see
Oh,
what it
yeah,
does.
I saw it.
Okay, well, let's see, where's the board, oh, right here. Okay, if I go add files, and it's on my desktop, and it's under family, like it's not picking it up.
Oh, click, all files.
All files,
The person
okay.
who could use it too.
Oh, there it
And
goes.
then, yeah, do that one.
Okay.
Actually, that one's even smaller. Oh, and click, go back to it.
Okay.
I think I know what it is. All files.
Okay. Oh. All files. Use this one?
What was it, a PNG before?
Yes, it was,
Okay.
and I saved it as
Sa-
a JPEG.
Save it again,
Mhm.
just the way it comes straight from your email, or from wherever it is. Just
Okay.
save it just like that, and then try to upload it now.
Okay.
It should work. Cause it can take various forms.
Alright,
So it's a
so,
PNG, so
yeah.
just leave it that way, just save it.
I download, and then, how do you save it when?
Oh,
Make a copy?
go back to the previous,
Alright.
page, and then, click right there,
Mm-hmm,
and then download.
okay.
And then once it's downloaded, it's gonna go straight to your downloads file.
Oh,
So
it
go
is,
to
okay.
your,
Okay, so you
to your
can't like.
computer.
Okay.
My computer, but that's
Over here, okay.
And then to downloads.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're.
So then just pick one of those.
Pick one of those?
Yeah.
Alright, so try to upload it from downloads, I guess. Alright.
And if it doesn't, that's what it is. I don't like the fact that it said file.
What is it? Oh, here.
I don't like that it said, file name error.
Mm-hmm.
So let's try.
That's your kids from last year.
I thought it was, you know, remember we had the video of the teacher, the lesson and the.
There's some that you can sort by date.
Oh, yeah, how do I?
We had the teacher lesson and we
On
could
this?
go back and see the
Oops.
groups and
When did we do
By
that?
list?
The, yeah.
Just trying.
No,
And
look at that
then,
before. Flash out of date. You won't play the video.
see, there's a.
you would open it up in,
Oh.
Chrome, same problem. Same problem.
Oh man, so much stuff. I think it was under image of custom. Oh,
There
here
it
it
is.
is. Alright.
That's cool.
Maybe because of the size, because it was 732.
Was it that? Were you able to get quick
All right.
onto YouTube when you went through it? See?
So I would have to find, because I sent it from my iPhone.
From your iPhone.
Yeah. Do you think I need
That's
to
fine.
decrease the size of the image
Did
that I
you
sent
send
it
it to
from
your
my?
email and then from there to your?
Yeah, I sent it, from my phone to my email, well, to my email. Maybe I should pick
Thinking
with
of
the
the
small.
pictures, yeah, cause some of them, you know, I don't know if you see, but some of the, when you take pictures of iPhone, some are HDR, which is high
Mhm.
quality, high resolution, bigger file size, and then some of them, not sure why that one's so big if the
Okay.
picture's so small.
I sent it as an actual slideshow. I send it, you know how they give you options, sending it small,
Yes.
medium, try that?
Mhm.
Okay. Alright, let me see if I can try that.
What do you do? I'm finished and once I'm still and everything. What do you? Oh, you just open it up?
Control, go to your task manager, and delete.
No.
Yeah, I'll restart that.
So what's the picture?
And these are just files?
This is my daughter on the thing though.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, you posted it.
Like a PDF.
Was she,
Why was she?
was she in her mood
She
or
was
she
in her
was
mood.
just?
She was, that's just part of
So
the.
you were both foundation?
It was hilarious. That's the picture we're gonna use on her graduation day.
That's very cute.
I was
I cracked up when I saw that. I was like,
Now when they go to like open a
so funny.
Oh. They'll tell me they never took salaries. Like that's supposed to be. Yeah. To get all files. Two of them and then I'll send them all. I do.
Sometimes I have to look at it again. I don't remember what it is, but I've always gone, it's like.
Oh, what was it?
I have a picture.
It's this little,
I needed one of those.
and then you have to pick like this one, and I just don't remember, I don't remember what this one is. This little.
Oh,
symbol.
now it opens.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, let me show you pictures of the
So.
Oh, so the pictures are like too big.
Just go through there, just find one that.
It's smaller. Okay. Thanks for
It only fits my video, the pictures have to be saved.
Hey, Chris, I know when you
So you have to do is open your picture.
Well, let's say they're not safe.
I had to go, into the start. Oh, if you tell it.
Did I go? Did I go?
Just on the computer and I forgot how to do it, I Googled it. And it showed me.
Okay, we have 15 minutes. So what I like to do is share, who wants to share their board with us?
I will.
Okay. Very nice.
Alright, so this is just my family, like an introduction board. And then I put captions on the age of my son, just a little bit about me. And then video, this is an old video, but. He's 2 now. I love that video, so. And then, I have to stop this, or we'll keep hearing him cackle. And then I talk about how I went to Baylor, it's important to go to college, and I have a link to.
Turn this on. It's awesome.
Wow.
You are. There you go.
Oh, one quick tip, anything you find on Discovery Education, you could actually save it to your quick links. And from your quick links, you could actually drag and drop straight to your board. So you have some interesting
None of that needs to go on.
pictures or videos. That's a good tip.
I
Thank you
tried
so
to
much
figure out
for
how to
sharing.
put things in quick lists.
Oh, in there? Okay.
Do you want my
I'll
last
show you.
one?
Okay, one.
On here?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
You want to show your quick? Thank you.
I have all the blocks still. Here's Kim Smith, basic information, of course I put my born 19 blank blank blank. I don't mind telling them, they don't believe I'm almost 58 years old, so. Where I went to school, then of course I have BYU picture. What I've done at South, and that is my 22nd year and my credentials basically. Hobbies, reading, travel, scrapbooking, scuba. I got to go to China for a week and then Thailand for a week. My principal likes me, she let me off in the middle of the year. For a download, I put my resume. Sometimes these are high school students and trying to, again, encourage them about college and things that they need to do to kind of build themselves, and so I have that.
Can you do me a favor? I know
Yes.
I talked about this earlier and how sometimes the file becomes scrambled See that you did it as a document, go ahead and click it, I'm eager to see if it's
So
gonna work.
just like this or the down?
Down.
But she's not
Oh,
in
but you're right.
presentation mode,
That's
she's in
right.
edit mode.
Okay, so
Yeah,
how do I go
so-
to presentation?
Go
mode?
No.
save it.
So it look.
I thought I
looks like
did, I did save it, but it didn't.
So it looks like it is
I
gonna
hit
work
save.
though, because, yeah, you're not on presentation. mode.
And then go back to board builder on the top.
This right here?
Right there. Scroll down in your board should be there. There you go, now click on it. There you go.
Okay, so now I can click on this?
Yeah, down.
You can see that it's on that one.
Yeah.
No, from there you click on that orange edit button.
Okay.
So like, here.
So it did,
So do this.
Good.
You can't do anything to it unless you click on
Oh, I did it.
And then just about my family, my kids, so 4 of them graduated from school, South, and so they're showing me my family.
good deal, thank you. Okay.
They're pretty good at even though I don't know quiz list. Yeah, I got about 2 of them, and what, because the colors are school color red and gold, so I just went red and gold, so.
Alright, so we have 10 minutes left. I wanted to show you. A quick board on how I use it in the classroom. Okay. So during rotating review, I teach 3rd grade, and we're trying to prep our students for the STAR math. So this is one way that I've used it. In here I have my SE, so it's 3.88. It's data analysis. I was able to embed it here, so we're going to summarize a data set with multiple categories using frequency table, dot plot, pictograph, bar graph, with scaled intervals. So I was able to find an awesome video on tables on Discovery Education. I embedded a challenge activity that the students were going to do to kind of start off the lesson. Then here I added concept extensions. So asked the students to explain pictographs. So this was a way to organize my lesson, but also be able to communicate it with my fellow peers. So as a teacher who plans for math, sometimes, you know, your challenge is you have to be able to communicate that to your fellow peer who's going to be teaching the same lesson. And I found that the board helps me organize everything together, and for the other teacher, it's easy for her just to pick up the board, pull it up, and just have everything well organized, step by step on what they need to do. You don't have to print out any handouts, pass them out. Everything is on here for the teacher. So as you click your document, it'll pop up. The students can do their challenge activity.
So do you
have
do
the
this,
questions.
so you do this like up here on the board, a full class, or do they each have a laptop or a?
So, yeah, so unfortunately, my students don't have their own laptop or iPad, so I project it for them, and.
So when you do the challenge, you do that as a class?
Yep, if you do the class, you just click on here, the challenge will pop up, you do the activity, and then you move on. So in this instance, I started with the, explained our objective and product, and then went straight to the video. We watched the video, and then we segued straight into the challenge activity.
What is the challenge?
So,
Yeah, very great.
so this is what I encountered whenever I initially did this board. So it scrambled everything when I embedded it in form of a document. But when I saved it as a PDF file, it was able to pull up. But the challenge activity that we had is I gave them a chart with a sequence and then had gaps in between, so their job was to identify the sequence. So once they did that, you know, we segued into some of the questions. This video as well is a great tutorial on a flip chart. So as the students watch the flip chart, they're able to take notes in their math journals. And I found that through the Discovery Education. Here, this link right here is for the teacher. There was a handout passed out. There was a handout given to the students, and this is the key. So easy grading for the teacher. As soon as they get them, she pulls up the key, grades them real quick. It was only 8 questions. She was able to get through that. And then the misconceptions. These are some of the challenges or some of the perceptions that the students may have. So some students might incorrectly analyze the data on a graph by interpreting a graph based on the size of the representation rather than what is revealed using the scale or the length of the axis. So this is a board that I did, that I shared with my fellow colleagues. So Board Builder is awesome. It's a great way for you as a teacher to introduce your lessons or to communicate with your peers. And it's also a great way for students to interact and be able to do their projects on or their specific work study. Any takeaways from today?
It would be so cool too if you had a student that was, because of the key, that was absent, they could just log on from home and have this, and then be caught up for the next day.
That's a great way. She mentioned that if you have a student that's been absent for a prolonged period of time, you can share the board with them and have a step-by-step process on how to catch up with the class. That's a great way.
There's a new thing that we have at our school called Swivel, and you can video yourself teaching and you can send that to
Yes.
through this.
Yes. And then actually you can embed the video there. Yes, most definitely. Who's used Swivel before? Who's seen that?
Just with
Got it. I'm gonna be testing it this coming year. So. Any other takeaways? Any aha moments where you're like, okay, now I know how to do this?
I like to play with it more.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
No.
It's something that you definitely
You can play with it.
Yeah.
You won't mess it up.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it automatically saves, so that's good for the student. They're like, log off, like, oh, didn't save, it'll save. Right. So that's also one too.
A couple of us, yeah.
We should be roughly to do.
Where the browser just completely shut off, but able to get on there, go to my content, and be able to see it. One last thing. When you are complete and you want to share it, there's 2 ways to share with your colleagues. You can either post it on Discovery Education, and from here, any teacher will be able to search it at the very top under that title. Like for example, this will be Data Analysis 3.88. But there's another way. Here. If you want to email it to a fellow colleague or to your students, well, to your students you can assign it, you know, once you create your class, but to a colleague, you can go here and take the link and email it. And what I like about this link right here is that it takes you straight to the login. So if you have your info, if you're already on Discovery Education, it'll go straight to the board. If not, it'll take you straight to the login. But whatever you do, don't copy and paste from the top URL, because it won't be able to pull it up. It's got to be from this one, the GPISD Director website. Oh, and real quick, I did want to show you the transcript, what I mentioned earlier about videos. Someone give me a topic to search. Any topic. Okay, so here's a search query, and you have all these different filters. So let's say 3 to 5, media type would be view. And we want a video. Alright, so here's a video on Matter. Alright. So this is a new video. So this is particles of matter. So in this video, it actually already has it broken down for you. It has it broken down in segments. So you can actually take this video and embed it onto your board. You can add it to your content. And you also have a teacher's guide. So with this video comes a great guide to help you plan for this specific lesson. You can actually download it and have it added to your file. So a lot of great tools here on Discovery Education. Well, that concludes our class, guys. I hope that that after taking this course, you're a little more comfortable with boards. I know most of you had to do some quick troubleshooting, but we're able to overcome that. And I see you got your picture. Finally, you got it in. Good deal.
I have this one. I'm gonna use this picture, and every time I do it, or try to export this, it's now saying here.
Thank you. Yeah, where are you going? Is that over at?
Digital projects, as you said. Make a home.
What is that?
All of
I know. So that's from another one. Yeah, at the happy hour, 10:30. Is it at 10:30? It says 10:30. It's on 10:30.
Okay.
I forgot about that. No, it's not like
Right. Tell me about your
I'm just starting up here. See. Yeah. When we add a video, like, can it be, so we can add a link, right?
Oh, you could actually embed the whole video.
How do I do that?
The only way.
I'm in the wrong place.
Oh,
Hey, y'all. Hey, great. Yeah, and then I found out realized the title was a message.
oh, is that when you came over? Or which one are you going to next?
10:30. Down home.
Is it happy hour? Is it happy hour?
That one down there was the interactive wall.
Oh, that's where you want it. I was supposed to have that one tomorrow. Oh, so. Okay. The air. Oh, okay. Yes. And then this room diagram is
I won't go to that one.
Oh, I gotcha.
But if you have the link.
She's gonna email it.
Thank you.
Just more levels, you can actually take a screenshot of the video and then embed the link to it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So one of each. Yeah. What? No, I gotta go to happy hour. That ends at what? 12? No, it ends at 11. Is that right? No, 12.
How many hours we play?
6 points, so 6 credits.
Well, I signed up for like 4 different ones, but they coincided with another.
That's what I ran into. I had to cancel Thursday, tomorrow,
Yeah.
to go to math.
Yeah, I did. Schedule. I had one scheduled this morning and one for the afternoon, but I think it was still 20, but like,
This year was
the text starts at 8:30 and it goes to 10, but the math starts at 9 and it goes to like 11, but the other text was, so it was like, the math one is right in the middle. So
I'm hoping to make up the hours during the year when they do the milestone.
yeah, like I already signed up.
I think this is the night.
Oh, like the over stuff, it's exciting. I signed up for that one.
Are you going to the current trip stuff for math?
No. Which one?
Well, it's a smaller one.
Well, I'm gonna be in California the next week. Exciting? We leave Saturday. Yeah, I'm excited. I was like, do I sound excited? I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. It is gonna be fun, yeah. I just don't have time to clean my house and all that. Because I have training today, tomorrow, Wednesday. I mean, no, it's tomorrow, Wednesday, today, tomorrow, Thursday. Did you sign up for baseball?
Yeah.
Is he? They have 2 games today?
No. Thursday.
Okay. He has 2 games today, my son has 2 games today, and then 2 games Thursday.
So Thursday is the start of the week, and then Tuesday, Thursday, both, we have 2 games.
What age is it?
He's 8.
Oh, my son is 8. They'll go play against him.
Yeah, what's the name on?
Flamethrowers.
Okay, we on the break.
What color are they?
Blue.
Okay. No, it's the that's what he is, but he's orange this year. He gets a different color every year. Oh, wow. It's better than last year's color. Last year they were white.
I don't know if we're gonna stick to baseball, it's too high. Bleeding with the cut. They're all, I'm like, this is the wrong sport for mama, I just got my hair done.
I didn't take Noah that day. Noah didn't go because he was, well, I had taken him to a concert that night. It was his passing the stars gift or whatever. And then, we didn't get home till like 12. I'm like, why did you never? Like, nowhere near that time. So I was like, I'll see how he wakes up. But he woke up like with a horrid cough. So I was like, no. He wouldn't have woken up for it. But, well, they may not know if it's for the day if the storm comes through.
Yeah, come through Fort Worth. Yeah, but closer to downtown, it was raining and in the Arthur.
See, and they're playing in Arlington at Harold Patrick.
Connor doesn't.
Hey, are they coach pitch, right? Or are they kid pitch?
And it bottles
Coach pitch is in the game, the coach pitch is in
like he's ready for my
I don't know. Coach pitch too. But no one told me that they're not.
We do.
And then I look up at
We're mother.
but they didn't have any kids.
We went here. Oh, yeah. We went to Thunder Golf yesterday, like there's an indoor golfing.
Oh, really?
All of them were in so she was crossing around.
Is she walking at? Yeah,
They
they
didn't know. And people in the library for 2 years.
They were like, they had a pretty one of the babies.
Oh, yeah. She has a reacher in 1 year. We're doing birthday. Yeah, May 21st.
You'll be 4?
It's cheaper now. We did, I was gonna do Emma.
When does your kids turn 9?
Oh,
okay. Oh, well then maybe, I don't know.
2 of them.
Noah is gonna be 9 and 11. Well, really, I should have held him back because he's a non-verbal. So he's gonna be like the youngest. He can tell high school. Late now. And he started growing out of that. He missed advanced by 3, but he did hit final level. Girl, I did like well, see, I did all, and that's like, because I knew he was baby sister. I did most of but she pushed him a lot needed. Is where I feared he struggled more. And I keep a lot of reading. But he's really good at that. But I feel she pushed like the problem solving. Is that Marshall?
I need technology.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. He's not at least because his first year in Marshall, I was still in Dallas ISD. And then his second year at Marshall, that's when I got the job at Lee. And I was like, maybe you should be everything goes through. No, and I was like, why not? I don't want to be the dude again because that really is very constantly. And it's a little while just to be the dude. And so I was like, okay. And then Lee doesn't have pre-K.
Because when you're
And my daughter was pre-K that year, and I was able to get her there. So I'm like, oh, I'll keep him there. So he's there with his wife too. So they all ride together and as her mom, my mom, I like it.
She misbehaved.
Bye.
But I don't know. I'm ready to get her like learn. Teaching her colors and shapes, but I don't think they're as rigorous. 103, 102. Alright. Yeah, good.
How's your baby doing?
Oh, she's doing
She just showed me a picture of her.
because they all like there's only 5.
Is that is that the
This is one of
Yeah, and the golf balls they float. There's one at Grapevine Mill. Yeah.
Inside the mall?
Inside the mall. Yeah, we took our kids.
I don't know anything
So they do one thing.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
Welcome, good luck. Yeah, may I'll see you, are you sure this is
Yeah, that's the other thing.
And your name? Vicky, I'm Ken.
And then 1 year is explorations, and then 1 year is something else.
Oh.
Because the name has to be done, that's for 4th grade teachers. Oh, no, correct, there's math and nature, 4th grade. I was gonna look.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, the one we just tested in Brownsville. And then my little list is back here. There they are. Yeah, no, Kinder, he just She wanted the new ones? Yeah. The new ones. The mini. The mini. It'll be different. But it just
Were any of you in here last session? Just curious, did they just present to the wall, or?
No. No, it was the wall.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
There was
kind of
a-
what I
there was a
thought.
screen.
The guy pushed the button up there.
Okay, well, he was probably taller than me.
You
I can get that.
I was gonna say, I can probably get it, not without the aid of a chair. There we go, here. Nope.
I'm plugging this in just in case I have to use this. And I've got to get the projector on. But my devices are like HDMI, and I just forgot to bring my HDMI
He
converter.
has an adapter, no, he has a cable but not an adapter.
Okay,
And that's the new.
yeah, that's all right, I'll just try to get it up online and I'll use this. I think I can do it.
Probably
All over.
desktop presenter. I just minimize that. You're not.
Yeah, yeah. All right, now I'm just gonna use Firefox there. Any other browsers?
I don't see Chrome.
You'll be okay. I think. We'll see. Sometimes it is. Right. I just need to get to, my Office 365
Oh, okay.
account. And I can.
Where is how?
I have my stuff. None of my stuff. There's just a couple boxes of my
Yeah.
No, I don't know why it's not.
Well, there's not an extra cable, I mean, I think we're supposed to plug in. Here, and the projector goes in there, because we have those boxes too, but, oh, here it is.
There's like
So we
two
got
boxes
four.
of stuff put in there
This
to
one.
use for next year.
I'm not sure how to get there from here. I guess it's because it's on an XP machine. Well, I should be in Office 365, but it actually threw me just into Outlook, so all I'm getting to is just my mail.
Mail, you don't have, I can see that you don't have your OneDrive. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
that's what I'm
looking
looking for. I think it's because this browser's so old. Let me try Firefox. Maybe it's a newer version of Firefox.
Right,
So
like you're-
I got the dates. So I did attend, but I didn't see something.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, fifth grade is because they're fourth graders.
Okay. You was
I lost one of my first graders.
Let me,
I'm in the record.
I lost one of my third graders.
okay, and you're signed in here.
Fourth grade.
So you will receive credit for, I'll go, let me go. Right. Right,
I thought
okay.
this was the one for this morning, that's why I said it.
So you attended one
I
and
didn't
added your,
register.
and
I
added.
didn't write any.
So your first, second grade class, I think it's just.
Okay.
Cause I thought this was a sheet for 30. I didn't see that, that was good.
Wait, no, first grade lost, second grade only has 6 because I lost no 5 because I lost 2.
I don't know where you.
So you signed in.
I lost 3.
Oh, see, that, I see. So
I just put the page
So
in my
you
name.
attended, so you attended.
And the fourth grade.
Yes, I did, just so I remember.
You have to write your name down there, and I would go ahead, the instructor is already gone,
Mr. Espinosa.
but I can sign. I'll sign for you, go ahead and fill one of these out, and then this will be your approval. Yes.
I have a question. Yes. I was telling them to do this particular session at 3:30, and I was like, yesterday.
Which is-
I dropped that one, and I.
That's the perfect, I swear to you.
It won't
reflect your name.
I added it.
Yeah. Then on the, afternoon one, just next to your name.
I put that in there already, that I've dropped.
Oh, that's it.
And changed.
Perfect, then you've done everything.
But on, it's all current, that's, it's like, you know.
Correct, these just were printed before,
Oh.
so they were printed
I mean, we
before,
only
so
have 2
there's,
issues.
I did it yesterday, though.
apparently, I don't know when they printed it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I brought, you know, okay, a part of that, so I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I know that it was. You're welcome, I'll be back.
Oh, okay.
How are you? Very crazy. In the wrong section. My name was on the list, so I stayed.
Y'all wanna try something else too? I'm talking about wireless connector up there. I think it has HDMI. That way I don't have to use their old machine. Or y'all's old machine. We can make that work, that would be awesome, then I would have to install it. Now you know I begin,
She's going to 5th grade. I know Jordan's on 1.
Yay.
And Tori's good.
So I'm gonna borrow your space, is that all right? I was like, whoa. 10:24, we still have a few minutes. Y'all got the sign-in sheet, so everyone's already signed in? It's in here right now? Okay, great. There's supposed to be a few more, so I'll wait until exactly.
do summer events? Pretty good. Academies or summer events. Church girls camp for, this is how I am.
Thank you.
Make sure you go back in the clock, your principal sign this, and retain this. Good to go.
I got it going. I brought my Wi-Fi adapter, but I didn't realize the projector had HDMI, so I just plugged my Wi-Fi adapter straight into the projector and just circumvented all this mess.
Look at
So,
you.
there we go. So we're good.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, we'll kind of go ahead and formally start. I won't actually start presenting before 10:30, but I want to introduce myself, and I'd kind of like to get to know a little bit about you. So we'll start doing that, and then if someone comes in, we'll just kind of fill them in on what we're doing. All right? My name is Teresa O'Dowd. I'm a technology director at a small school district that's north of Dallas off of Central Expressway. And I've actually been to Grand Prairie before and done a staff development, but it's been many, many years ago. And I don't think we were here. I want to think we were I was at a high school. But some of you kind of look familiar, and I don't know if that's because I've seen you at like staff developments, because when you walk in, I'm like, you really look familiar. Or if like my memory is actually remembering someone from way long ago when I did that staff development, which was probably 15, 20 years ago. So who knows? But anyways, I am, as I said, I'm a technology director at my district. It's the name of the district is Howe ISD. We have about 1,050 students K-12. So we're quite a bit smaller than Grand Prairie, but we're big on technology. We do have a lot of technology. So what I'm here to talk to you about today is authentic digital projects. And when I learned that that was going to be my topic for today, I was like, okay, I got to kind of figure out what exactly we're talking about with that. Tomorrow I'm going to be presenting a presentation on flipped and blended classrooms. That's right up my alley. I think I can wrap myself around that topic. So today is a bit more of a presentation. We're going to do a few interactive things, but it's not nearly as interactive as what I'll be doing tomorrow with the flipped classroom. So not that any of you are coming to that one, but if you are, we'll be more interactive. I would like to just kind of get a little feel for who's in the room. So if you could just maybe tell me your name, and if you would also tell me what you teach or what grade level you teach. And if you want, you can tell me where you teach, because I know there's multiple schools in Grand Prairie. That would be fun too. Some of you probably know each other, some of you might not know each other. So that will give everyone kind of a chance to kind of get an idea of what. So we'll just start with you since you came in last. How about that?
Hi, I'm Megan. I teach middle school band at the Fine Arts Academy in Grand Prairie.
Okay, great. Nice to meet you, Megan. Okay,
I'm Vicky Del Fuente. I was at the regional language, but now I'm going to the other college next year.
okay.
Teaching Spanish.
Teaching Spanish.
Erin Wright, and I'm an elementary business specialist.
All right.
Second grade homeschools.
Okay. Hi.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Come on in and sit down, and we'll come back around for you. You'll get an idea of what we're doing. There's some chairs over there at those tables. There's a few at the front there. Okay, I'll just skip over here to you.
Marcela Gonzalez, I teach at Garcia, first grade ESL.
Okay.
Courtney Music, teach photojournalism and yearbook at South Country.
Cristina de la Fuente, teaches Spanish at Young Women's Leadership Academy.
Awesome.
Victoria Brooks, fifth grade subcontained and final Ochoa elementary school.
Kim Smith, South Grand Prairie High School, creative chemistry.
Okay.
Gwen Petwood, computer apps like BIM and math at BIM Middle School.
All right.
Jeannie Smith, South Grand Prairie Spanish.
I'm Liz Thompson, South Grand Prairie High School graduate.
Alexandria Ricci, first grade 11, and GE elementary.
All right.
Pamela Warren, basic ELA, Reagan Middle.
Come on in.
Brenda and I teach first grade.
Okay. So lots of, sounds like we're almost split. We have a few middle school folks, but lots of high school and lots of elementary school. And for those of you that just came in, there is a sign-in sheet, so be sure you sign in at some point, whether you're coming or going. And what I was asking the group to do, I just wanted to get to know a little bit about the group. I asked them to tell me their name, and you can just do first name, that's fine. I'm sorry, I'm at the point in my age where I'm not going to remember your name. I wish I could say I would, but I probably won't, unless you make a big impression on me today. But your first name, and then if you'll let me know what you teach and maybe where you teach. If you're at elementary school, middle school, or high school, that'd be great. So we'll go back over here to you.
Kathy Junker, I teach at YMLA, and I teach a class called BIM.
Okay.
It's a high school credit class, and this is my 33rd year with it. This will be 34.
Awesome. Okay, so both of you teach BIM. Tell me a little bit what BIM. What does that stand for?
It's like the computer literacy class that they get for their high school credit in middle
Okay.
school.
Okay.
Word, PowerPoint, Excel.
Okay. All right. Okay. So kind of business application products. Okay.
Yes.
And we'll go back over here.
I'm Latanya Woods. I teach GT
Okay.
at Daniels Elementary.
At elementary. All right. And I know there's two more, or at least where else? Someone else that just came in.
Well, I'm kind of lost, as you can see.
Okay, that's fine.
Came to middle school and went to kindergarten at Lee. And, hi, I see some people I know. Cheryl Macklin Meredith, Miss M&M for short.
Okay.
And, I don't know what I'm doing next year.
All right. What did you teach last year?
Kinder. at
Kinder.
Lee.
Okay. So
Kinder at Lee.
you've been in kindergarten, you've been in middle school, and you're not really sure.
High school, right.
Okay, all right, well, as long as you're still in public education, you'll be okay. All right. Did I miss anyone? Okay, well, if I missed you, it might be because you don't want to be recognized, so that's all right. All right, well, I'll go back and kind of reiterate who I am, since there were quite a few that came in. And my name will be at the very end of the presentation, so you can get contact information. But I'm Teresa O'Dowd. I'm a technology director at a small district north of Dallas. It's called Howe, H-O-W-E. A lot of people pronounce it Howie, but it's Howe. And it's right off Central Expressway. So if you go to Dallas and you go north towards Oklahoma, you're going to go through Howe. You may not realize it, but you're going to go through it. It is small. We have about 150 students, K through 12. So compared to you guys, it's really small. But as I said before, we have a lot of technology. We have a one-to-one program, and we've had that one-to-one program for about 8 years. It's basically grades 3 through 12. And of those groups of students, just beginning this year, we started letting 4th grade take theirs home. So pretty much 4th through 12th graders are taking their devices home. We have a mixture of devices. When we first started the program about 8 years ago, we started out with laptops, and we have since kind of migrated to iPads. So we still have some grades using laptops and some grades using iPads, and we're kind of migrating toward all iPads. So within the next couple of years, if we don't shift gears and change our mind again, we'll be all iPads from pretty much grades K or pre-K through, because we are beginning to add devices at those lower grade levels, not with the intention of letting them take them home, but with the intention of having them available for centers and different things that they do at those lower grade levels. So just a little bit about me. What we're going to do today is we're going to take a look at authentic digital learning projects, and I really hope you'll be interactive with me. Unfortunately, because I wasn't really sure of my audience, well actually I was kind of sure. I was kind of sure that you were going to be all over the place. I was also kind of sure that you were going to be all over the place, probably ability level wise, and I wasn't really sure what your students were going to have. I didn't really put together a super interactive presentation. It's a little more just your I'm going to talk and hopefully get lots of feedback from you. So that's the interaction that I'm hoping to get. But I'm going to show you lots of goodies. I'm going to give you this PowerPoint at the end of the presentation. It's actually online. You'll have to go get it. You'll have to go download it onto your device. But I'm going to give you the PowerPoint, so everything that you see today, it's going to be available to you. You don't have to take any notes if you don't want to, all right? Some of the websites I'm going to go to, if you have your own device, I certainly encourage you to maybe pop out there and take a look at the website. I'll try to slow down long enough for us to do that. But if you don't have a device, or you just don't feel comfortable with your device, you know, you can pretty much just kind of pay attention and interact with me, all right? So let me tell you just a little bit about what I have going on here, because we're going to talk about what is an authentic digital project. Obviously, I want to get your feedback on what you think that is, because as you already know from my opening line, I wasn't really sure what they wanted me to do with this. So I kind of did a little research to come up with what I think is an authentic digital project and kind of what the research says. So let's just go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is kind of today's topics. This is what we're going to try to wrap our heads around. It's a little small because I tried to put a lot on this, but I'm going to read this off to you, so no worries. So why should teachers use authentic digital projects? That's kind of going to be the first thing we're going to try to wrap our heads around. And I want to get some feedback from you on that. What is authentic learning? Because I think we have to have a little bit of an appreciation for what authentic learning is if we're going to carry that over into digital learning or digital projects. Where can I learn more about it? So if you decide this is something you might be interested in pursuing, where can you go to get some resources on it? What is the difference between teacher and student 21st century classrooms? And that might seem like a little bit of a jump, like I'm here and then I'm like over here. But I think that's important because I don't think we can do authentic digital projects in some of our current classrooms. I think that's going to be a challenge. So we need to look at, well, here's where teachers are in their classrooms. Where are students in those very same classrooms? And then how are we going to be able to change that model? How are we going to change the model for the students? Because I think that's really important that we do that. And then where do we find these projects? Now that we know what they are, now that maybe we figured out, hey, I think I can do this in my classroom, or I'm going to do this, this, and this to get the technology so I can do this in my classroom. Where do we find them? And then once you know where they are, what do you do next? What's kind of going to be your plan? What's your next step? And then what if after all of this, at the end of the presentation, you're like, still need help. So that's kind of going to be my organization for our presentation that we're going to go through. So let's go ahead and take a look at the first question, which is why should teachers use authentic digital projects? And I kind of researched that topic to see what people were saying. Now, obviously, I've been doing this for like 28 years. I've been in education for 28 years. And of those 28 years of education, I've been an instructional, I don't want to say technology, an instructional technology advocate at least, 4 of those 28 years. So I kind of had my own ideas. And the first one was at the top of my list, okay, which is students learn better by doing. So that was kind of at the top of my list. Students are motivated by solving real world problems. I would say that certainly that is something that I've kind of learned over my career in education. I taught English, surprisingly enough. I also taught Spanish for about 5 years. I taught social studies. I've taught computer type classes. So I've taught a variety of things. Not a big math person. Certainly I taught my own children math, but other than that, I didn't feel comfortable teaching it in the classroom. I think we can all agree that students live in a digitally connected world. Even students from lower income families live in a digital connected world. And then educators, I hope you will agree with this one. Educators must play a role in preparing students for 21st century challenges and using 21st century tools. So let's go back to the question. Again, right now we may not be 100% clear on what digital projects are, but what is your knowledge level of authentic learning? What do you, when I say authentic learning, what term comes, what comes to mind? Maybe not term, but what comes to your mind?
Relevance.
Relevance, something making the curriculum relevant. Okay, good.
I think authentic is more of them embedding the information, not just learning the basics and regurgitating. I mean, something deep down that they can start making connections to other things.
Absolutely. Okay, anyone else want to share their thoughts on authentic learning? Current. Okay. Concern. Okay, yes, definitely. Okay. All right.
Using more than just their phone.
Using more than just their phone. All right. And maybe purposefully using their phone. Okay. So when I first started working with teachers using computer labs, because back in the day, you know, the first piece was trying to motivate teachers to actually take their students to the computer labs and do something curriculum oriented. I would find a lot of times I would get really frustrated because I would go by the computer lab and the teachers or the teacher would be sitting at a desk in front of a computer and the students were sitting in front of computers. What the teacher had assigned, and maybe was written on a whiteboard, not all the students were doing. They were kind of doing their own thing. Some of them were playing games, some of them were talking to each other, and the teacher was real disconnected. And that was really frustrating to me as an instructional technologist because, you know, I wanted the teacher to go in with an idea of what she was going to teach and be engaged in the learning and have the kids engaged in the learning. So there was a real, you know, problem with the first leap of teachers to technology. And I think we still may see that a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the next topic. What is authentic learning? Well, I think we kind of said that. You know, I asked you, and I think all the things that you said kind of fall on the slide. Real life learning for students. And just regurgitating the information is what someone said in the room. Encouraging students to create a tangible, useful product to be shared. Once the educator provides a motivational challenge, he or she nurtures, provides the necessary criteria, timelines, resources, and support to accommodate the student's success. Now let's step back from that one for just a second. What does it mean to work as a teacher? Does that almost sum up what it means to work as a teacher? Someone has provided you with the challenge. I'm going to assign you to this second grade class. Good luck. Okay? I'm assigning you to this Spanish class. Good luck. Here's the students. Here's the material. Here's the timeline. See ya. Isn't that kind of what we do? And so our motivational challenge is that classroom and those students and the curriculum, and then the person that's over us is an educator. It's usually a principal or curriculum director or something like that. So in a way, if you think about this from your own perspective, this is what we're asking you to do to the students. Provide them with that challenge, give them what they need to do it, and then support them to do it. So different from me, which I'm not doing that really right now because I told you this was more of a presentation. I'm just kind of presenting you with the information. All right? And that's what we normally do. Sage on the stage. We kind of stand up in front, we present them with the information. Well, that's what we're wanting to kind of see shift when we talk about authentic learning and authentic digital projects. Okay, authentic learning engages all the senses, allowing students to create meaningful, useful, shared outcomes. They are real-life tasks or simulated tasks. And this is where the technology can really come in. And I'm going to show you some examples of that in just a few moments. Okay, we'll go on to the next one and then we'll talk about that in more detail. So let's take a look, and again, it's kind of hard for you to see, but let's take a look at some examples and let's decide which ones of these could be authentic learning, okay? So here's example one. I'm just gonna read it out loud to you, listen and think about it. It's kind of like a multiple choice test, all right? Students learn about endangered species in their region and take action to protect them, including a public awareness campaign, habitat restoration fieldwork, and communications with local government. Does that sound like a real, authentic project? Sounds pretty authentic, doesn't it? All right, example 2. Students design and create a calendar with pictures and information about endangered species, which they sell at a pre-winter break community event and donate the money to an environmental organization. Okay, some of us agree that seems like authentic learning. Okay, let's look at the last example. Students play the role of scientists who need to make recommendations to an environmental organization about how to protect endangered species in various ecosystems around the world. Okay, a couple people disagree. They don't really think that one is authentic learning. All right, let's see what the answer is. All right, the answer. So to a real authenticity purist, a project is not really authentic unless it is in the real world, the lives of students and real issues in their communities. So by that standard, choice A would qualify, maybe B, and probably not C. Okay? Now that's a purist, all right? But the author of this little quiz kind of said, but I think the answer is really D, that all of the above could qualify for authentic learning. And I'm going to take that a step farther, because I think when we first begin this, authentic digital learning may be able to include all of your digital assignments and projects that really incorporate your curriculum, that really bring your curriculum to life. So I don't think we have to get completely hung up on authentic learning as we look at authentic digital projects, but I do think that may be something we want to keep in mind. All right, so where can we go to find some resources? Well, here are a couple of resources that I've put together for you. Obviously, if you Google this topic, you're going to find tons of information. And some of it's good, some of it, kind of leads you to other places where you can find resources. But these were 3 that I found that I thought had some really well-researched, well-founded information. And I have all of these in the PowerPoint that I'm going to give you. So you don't have to hurriedly write down these or try to type these in. And I'm not necessarily going to spend time on each one of these, but I do kind of want to give you an idea of a couple of these. So I'm going to click on this first one. Let me go back. Sometimes I'm not really using the right pen, so I have a little trouble with this pen sometimes. I have to actually use my finger. There we go. Well, that is what this is, but it just doesn't always work. So let me get back there. Hold on a second. I need it to open it this time. And the other thing that's happening is my screen is extended, so I'm going to have to go and put this over. If you'll let me. Come on. We'll try something else. Since that didn't work. Okay, there we go. Okay, this was one of the ones that I thought was like the very best one. I really like this one. It's a pretty long, it's actually a paper, it's not just an article. It's pretty long, but it's talking about authentic learning for the 21st century, and it really focuses on authentic learning. It's not specifically focused on digital learning, but there's certainly some good points in it. Again, that first line, I think, kind of sums it up, learning by doing. I know that I am a better teacher after I've taught something. The first year that I taught English, I feel like I did those kids an injustice. I don't feel like I did my best job. It took some life experience for me to actually be a better teacher. And it also took just some experience doing, just doing that. And I think that's true of every time I teach. The first time I teach a workshop, I don't feel like I do as good a job as the second, third, fourth, fifth time. In my business, and I would imagine y'all's is kind of the same, or school district, I don't get to teach the same workshop very often. So I might teach the same workshop 2 or 3 times, and then I'm on to the next topic, and then the next, and then the next, and the next. I don't get to go back and reteach that. You know, I envy sometimes those people that get to do the same thing over and over and over and really master it. But at the same time, I don't envy them because I think I would be bored. So, you know, there's kind of pluses and minuses. But I think that we can generally say that, for the most part, if we're doing something, we're learning more about it. So I've always said this about Spanish, because I told you that I taught Spanish for 5 years. I was a horrible Spanish teacher, but it was one of those circumstances where I had more Spanish than anyone else in the district. It wasn't at the district I'm at now. And they said, okay, we need someone to teach Spanish 1 and 2, you're it. And I'm like, wow, how am I going to teach these kids Spanish? I can barely speak it myself. So I really didn't feel like I did a great job of it. And one of the first things that I always said to the kids when we started out the class is, we're going to learn as much as we can, but if you really want to learn Spanish, the best way for us to do it would be hop on a plane and immerse ourselves into a culture and the language. So go somewhere where we have no choice. We have no choice but doing that. So about the 3rd year I taught Spanish, and I was teaching Spanish 2, I told the kids by the 2nd semester, that's what this classroom is going to be. When you come in the door, we're speaking nothing but Spanish the 2nd semester. First semester, I kind of, you know, led them into it. Like, okay, you know, even me, may not say much of value, but that's all we can talk. You know, so it was a pretty fun experiment, and yeah, it went okay, but that was kind of the whole attitude that I had about that. All right, let me get out of this. Oh, by the way, this is one of the first times I've actually used my Surface. I was planning on using my laptop. We had some technical issues, so I ended up being able to use my Surface, and that's what we're doing. All right, let me get back over here to my PowerPoint. Get out of that. All right. Back where we want to be, let me just get this bigger. Okay, so that's basically where I was, and I'm going to just bring this back up. There we go. So these other two are also very good resources. This one, of course, is from EDUCAUSE. This is from Edutopia, and this is from NAF. They're good organizations. They have some really good resources. You can find other things there besides what I showed you. But that's the first one's the one I kind of wanted to draw your attention to. All right, so I'm going to go on to the next thing. So right now, it's not showing it. There we go. All right, so now we're going to kind of switch gears. We've talked a little bit about authentic learning. Now we're going to kind of switch into that classroom mode, what I was talking about. So if we're going to try to use digital projects, authentic digital projects, let's take a look at the 21st century classroom. This is really hard to see, but you're going to get this poster. But kind of overall, I just want you to kind of look at what you see going on. Here we have a teacher at the front of the room and at a desk that has a computer on it. Looks like there's an interactive whiteboard, a projector with a computer connected to the interactive whiteboard. We have some kind of wireless device over here, and then we have students sitting at tables, one with a computer. We have maybe some tablets here, and then it looks like we have maybe a smartphone and a tablet. So as you can see, that's kind of visually what this author is saying the 21st century classroom looks like. How many of your classrooms look like this? Okay, and therein is going to be part of the problem, all right? Therein will be part of the problem. Do you know that the campus that you're at allows BYOD, bring your own device? Okay? Some do and some don't, because I've seen some shake their head yes, And some shake their head no. Okay. At the elementary schools, so just talking to the elementary teachers for a second. At the elementary schools, what sort of access do your kids have to some type of device, whether it be a computer, iPad, Google Chromebook, computers? Okay. Is it like a computer lab, or do you have like cows or carts where you can move them in?
There's one.
Okay.
One cow for the whole school.
Okay, you have a 21st century room, okay? So that's basically the whole classroom is that way?
Yes.
All right, that's awesome. So we at least have one person where you used to be, because you're moving. Yeah, because you don't know, you're moving, but somebody is going to have this. Okay. What about those of you teaching in that? Is that kind of a lab setting where you're teaching? Okay, so you're pretty much hooked up.
We have land school that we can connect to all the computers.
Awesome, so you can basically make the kids see what you're wanting them to see, or for example, another student, awesome, okay. All right, high school, kind of the same situation. What is your availability at some of those high schools?
We have, 2 computer labs.
Okay.
One for the whole school.
Okay.
Open access, and then the students get phones, but the Wi-Fi connection, at least where I am, is very poor.
Okay. So those are some of the,
Very limited.
yeah, absolutely. Those are going to be some of the challenges that you. So now we have an idea of what we kind of think the 21st century classroom, or at least this author says the 21st century classroom should look like. Let's go ahead and take a look at teacher tools. Now, again, I may be kind of talking off the cuff. You may not have all of these things, but I kind of divided this into traditional teacher tools and 21st century teacher tools. And probably the 21st century teacher tools, you know, some schools might have more than this, some schools might have less than this, and then this might be kind of on target. So let's take a look at lesson plan notebook. I know when I first started teaching, they handed me a notebook, it had squares in it, that was my lesson plan notebook, okay? So that was a traditional tool. Now there's online lesson planners, where you go online, you do your lesson plans, and then your principal or your lead teachers can immediately have access to them. Do you guys have any type of online lesson planning book? Some of you do?
Share drives.
Okay, share drives. For the one person that said, yes, I have an online lesson plan book, what do you use?
Well, I mean, I guess I said the online lesson planner, we put everything online for everybody to get to.
Okay.
But it's not a digital planner.
So you mean for your principals, like for your principal to get to?
All the people in our department.
Okay, for all the people in your department, and
They
then
can
possibly.
certainly get in there and look
Okay.
at it, but it's
Okay.
not.
So in Grand Prairie ISD, there is not a standard digital lesson plan.
There's like a template.
So sometimes they'll have a template, and that's a digital template. You fill it in, and then you put it somewhere where they can see it. Do you email it to them? Do you put it in a shared drive? Okay. All right. Well, we'll call that our online digital lesson planner, because that is. All right. Well, there is even things that are even more sophisticated than that out there, which I'm sure you're aware of. But that is pretty sophisticated. I mean, just being able to do that. Okay, grade book. Again, I was handed a paper grade book that looks like, you know, just some columns, and I could write names and I could write the grades in. That's what I started with. Now we have, you know, computerized grade books, where basically we can log in online and all of our kids' names are already in there. We just have to put in the assignments, the weights, and boom, you know, it does all the calculations for us, uploads it. You know, you might have to click a button, but you can upload straight to the office where they can print off those certificates, those report cards or those progress reports or what have you. So you guys have a system similar to that for the grade book, correct? Everybody uses something like that. Skyward? Okay, yes. All right. Chalkboard, whiteboard. When I first started teaching in the building that I was in, we actually did still have chalkboards and chalk. Now, it wasn't very long until they built a new building, and I was moved into that new building, and we had white marker boards. So that's kind of where we started. And now we have interactive whiteboards. I'm not using one today because we don't have one in this room, but a lot of rooms will be equipped with an interactive whiteboard where instead of me having to tap on something here, I could literally touch this and it would be a link and it would take me somewhere, or I could draw on this or what have you. How many of you have interactive whiteboards in your room? Okay. Does anyone in here have access to an interactive whiteboard? Is there one in like a computer lab or something where you go?
Our library has.
Okay, your library has one. computer lab?
My classroom has.
Your classroom has one.
At my school, they have a, and this is my first year. This is my first year at this campus. The previous campus I came from, we actually had the Promethean board.
Okay.
At this school, we have the box, and then a part of the wall is,
Okay.
a whiteboard.
Okay.
But the
So
kids,
definitely an
but the
interactive
kids
board.
don't work very well on the wall.
Right,
You know, sometimes,
right.
cause if the wall has a nick in it or something
Right,
like that,
absolutely.
then that'll cause a problem, but.
At my district, we first started integrating whiteboards, are really about $2,500 a piece, and that may not sound that expensive, but it seemed really expensive. And we did that, we put about 3 boards on campus, or maybe 4, and we started having all those problems you're talking about. Initially, we put them on carts so they could share them. Sharing never works with teachers.
Right.
Okay, it just doesn't. And then every time you moved it, you had to recalibrate it, and you know, you were moving it all the time. Then we finally started mounting some, and there were still issues. So tablets, you know, something like this, where it wasn't necessarily a Surface tablet, these were pretty much iPads, but we, you know, the teachers had an iPad tablet that was wirelessly connected to the projector, and they could walk around the room, and if they wanted the kids to do something interactive, instead of having the kid get up and go, they could literally just hand the tablet to them and let the student do it. And that's kind of the interactive whiteboard model that we went to. And we have some people that use it, some people that don't. You know, a lot of it is just, what would you say? What would you say causes people to use technology, teachers, to use technology and not use technology?
Well, I know for me, it's like, if I sit up all night and I plan this lesson, and it's all based on whether or not this machine's gonna come on, and then I get to my room and the machine don't come on, how many times do you think I'm gonna do that?
Right.
So, you know, I've never used mine all year.
Right.
Because I'm only gonna do that a couple of times, and then I got 20 kids looking at me, and I gotta try to go to plan B, and now I'm fumbling around.
Absolutely.
And then somebody's coming in, they wanna observe, and
Yeah.
now, next. I'm only gonna do that a couple times, and then I'm done.
I understand completely, and that's a frustration for an instructional technologist that wants you, because I want you to use it. So that's a valid point, been there many times, maybe was almost there today, for those of you who were in here when I first came in, and you know, here's a XP machine that's not gonna run my presentation, I couldn't even get to my online drive, so you know, I just minutes, but
and then and
I've done
you
it so many
techno
times.
savvy,
Yeah,
right? For
yeah.
me, I'm trying to troubleshoot the little knowledge I have, and then they're not just gonna sit there and say, okay, Ms. Brooks, we gonna wait till you get it.
Absolutely. The volume starts rising, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So again, one of the things that I always say to my teachers in my district is, you know, I know you're not where I'm at, but that's where I want you to be. I want you to be so technology savvy that you're not afraid of it. You're not going to have one of those, you know, freak out moments when it doesn't work. Because I honestly say, y'all all know this, it's not gonna work some of the time. It's not gonna work a big percentage of the time. So what we have to ask ourselves, is it worth it? And obviously, if you don't have any support, the answer is going to be no, it's not. I've got 20 kids, I've got to move on, it's not working, I'm not going to take that risk tomorrow. So if we, as educators, if we want this to work, we're going to have to invest in, you know, training, which is what we're doing right now, support. You need someone that you could get in touch with. Maybe they couldn't get there that very moment, but, you know, ideally, and this is something that we really try to do in my district, I don't think we do it well enough, but certainly we're working to do it better. We encourage our teachers the first, second, third, how many ever times they need, that they're doing that lesson and they feel uncomfortable, to make an appointment for one of us to be in the room. And there's not that many of us in our small district. I mean, there's only 3 of us, and then we have a couple of student aides that help us. But, you know, if they'll make an appointment, I would have been there for you, okay? I'd have been in there. So when it didn't work that first time, I would have helped you come up with a plan B. And the second time, and the third time, you need that. You're gonna have to encourage your administrators to help you get that. And I know that if you want this to happen in your school district, it's going to have to be a concerted effort. And maybe it is happening in some campuses, but not others. Maybe it's happening at some grade levels, but not others. So that's something that, you'll have to really work toward. Let's go on. The copier. I'll really date myself. When I first did my student teaching, we didn't even always have access to copiers. We used those old blue, I don't even remember what they were called, but your hands were blue and you got finished with them. Okay, now we have something called learning management systems, or shared drives, like you guys are using for your lesson plans, where you can put your digital copy of something in a shared drive or online or in a learning management system, and your students and your teachers can have access to that, and you don't have to go to the copier, okay? Transparency overhead. We kind of are beginning to make the switch to projectors like this, or document cameras that are connected to projectors like this. So, are you seeing a pattern here? So, it's not that these tools are bad, because there's nothing wrong with these tools, they still work. We just have new tools. And if this is all we're using in the classroom and we never move over to these things, we're just kind of stuck in the past. But what I'm telling you is in a lot of school districts, this is going away, and this is the norm with the teachers. And I think even you would agree, in your school district, you have a lot of this stuff. So again, pen and paper is becoming computer, laptop, tablets, phones. Lecture is becoming, interactive and video lecture that maybe students could watch the night before, so that when they come into the classroom, they're prepared. I know that's kind of like in whose world is that going to happen? But maybe in some of the upper AP classes. Textbooks are becoming, interactive online resources versus the paper textbooks. And then handouts, again, are going to that LMS or Google Docs or OneNote in the classroom. So let's stop for just a second and let me ask you some questions about that. How many of you use a product like Google Docs? Anybody in here use Google Docs?
Just learned about it.
Okay, just learned about it yesterday. Okay, good. How about like OneNote in the classroom? Are there any sessions on anything about that? Okay, kind of the same thing. This is Google's creation of online word processing, PowerPoint type, presentation. OneNote falls under the Microsoft realm, so that would be kind of their answer, Microsoft's answer to this. You know how everybody's always competing. All right. A learning management system, or LMS. Anyone heard of Edmodo? Okay. Edmodo would be a free learning management system. There's a lot of those out there that you pay for. Blackboard, everyone heard of Blackboard? Maybe if you've taken a college class recently, or your daughter or granddaughter has, they may have been doing an online class with Blackboard. Canvas is another one. eBackpack, there's a bunch, okay? All right, so just making the switch, that's happening with teachers. What's happening with students? Okay, if you're telling me that you don't have all of those things that I just showed you in the classroom, what do our students have in the classroom to replace these things? So, pen and paper. In your classroom, think of your classroom. What do they have? Is there any alternative to pen and paper in your classroom? Obviously, your classrooms have it, because you're in labs.
Yeah, we don't
Every day.
Could
Could you access a place at least a couple of times a semester, maybe once in 6 weeks, depending on how gung-ho you are, that would allow your students to have access to something besides pen and paper? Is there a lab somewhere in your building that you could take your students to? Probably have to reserve it weeks or months in advance, okay? So the computer, the laptop could replace the pen and paper. Phone could go up there too, if you're in a BYOD. Pen, pencil, and paper. What about notebooks? You remember from the last slide? Anything? We don't actually have notebook up here, but is there anything over here that you think could replace a notebook?
Tablet.
Okay, tablet. Anything else? Okay, absolutely. The learning management system, the OneNote in the classroom, the Google Docs. Okay, and I'm going to show you that in just a minute. Okay. It's my phone. I turned it down really low because I wanted my alarm to go off to remind me that that's not my alarm. That's someone calling me. Sorry. Okay, so back to that slide. Assignment sheets. Is there any other way you could get assignments to students besides a paper assignment sheet? Does anyone still use paper assignment sheets? Y'all use assignment sheets, or you just write your assignments on the board? Okay, use Edmodo, so that's a good assignment sheet alternative. Skyward, you can do it in Skyward. Great, great. And some of those grade books like Skyward, and I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Pearson's got one called, I don't know, I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, they're beginning to kind of move toward a learning management system, give you a little more of that to you. Okay. What do your students do? I'm just curious. Are your students able to bring their phones to your class? High schools, middle schools? I don't know about elementary schools, but are they allowed to whip it out in class? Or is that your rule?
Yeah, you have the decision.
Okay, okay, good. Do any of your kids just take a snapshot, just a picture of what you've written on the board? Are they doing that? Because a lot of our students do that. You know, they don't have to. They have those LMSs and things, but a lot of them, if the teacher is still writing on the board what's supposed to happen, they'll just, before they leave class, they'll just walk up and take a snapshot. And you know, hey, that's not bad. I mean, you know, it works. I've done that in workshops before, just taking a snapshot of the information that the teacher had on the board. I'll tell you this, and this is really bad. Some of you may do this, but sometimes I'll go into bookstores and I'll be looking at a magazine that's like $9.99 for a magazine, or sometimes they're $19.99. And I'll see something in that magazine that I want, but I just want that one thing. I don't want that whole magazine. I'll just get my phone out, take a picture of it. So then when I get home, you know, blow it up with my finger and I can read it. And I'm not talking about whole articles. It's usually like recipes or, you know, just some little something like that. So I think that's okay that kids are doing that in your classrooms. Okay, listening to lectures. What I'm doing right now, talking. What are some ways that kids could do that besides just physically being in your room and listening to the lecture?
Webinars.
Webinars, okay. How many of you have been to a webinar? All right, okay. Somebody that's been to a webinar, someone that's brave, explain to the others in here kind of what a webinar is, how that works. Who's brave enough to explain it? You want to explain it for us?
I don't like them.
Okay, okay.
It's where it's interactive, you have the adult or whoever's giving the information, just like paper pencils that should be in a little computer screen somewhere doing something. And then you interact and you either have it on your device or use another device to take down the information.
Okay. Anyone else had a different experience with a webinar? Different kind of webinar than that one?
Well, the Boy Scout safety training.
Okay.
That's the face of the webinar. They show you certain things, and they have a little quiz.
Okay.
To pass this.
All right. So there are different kinds of webinars. There's those interactive kinds of webinars where sometimes you see a little shot of the teacher talking and maybe you'll see their power. So maybe there'd be a little picture of me right here in the corner talking and you would see my slides in the background. So it'd be like kind of like this. I'm talking and you see my slides over there. I mean, that's really kind of what it is, isn't it? And then sometimes you don't see the teacher at all. You just see the screen. You hear the teacher. You don't actually see it. And they just kind of take you through the presentation, maybe show you a video, that sort of thing. So
I've used Screencast-O-Matic and make the kids watch what I'm doing. And there's a video so they can watch it at home or on their phone.
Absolutely.
Whenever they need to.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to tell you. You probably heard this before. A lot of this stuff that we have trouble with, like, well, I don't like this, you know, because this is not the way I learn, I don't like this. It's really hard for me to just stare at the slide and listen. A lot of this is learning. So even though we may not be comfortable with it, and we personally may not learn that way, because that's not how we were brought up, that's not how we learned when we, way back in the dinosaur age when we were in the classroom. They learn that way. Because what do they do to get information? Google. Someone said YouTube. Okay, and there's other things. And they don't do Facebook anymore, but they do something like Facebook. Whatever we're doing, they're not doing. Okay, Snapchat. How many of y'all been on Snapchat? Okay, it's not all bad, but it's definitely an experience. Okay, so yeah, field trips. What about field trips? What if I want to take my kids to London to see some of the Shakespearean theaters? Yeah, there's virtual, there's electronic field trips, computations and calculators. I experimented a lot with that this year as my son was doing algebra and coming home and needing help. There's so much stuff online now to help with math and science that we didn't have. And some of it could just simply be used for cheating. Okay? But if you can take that stuff that would be used for cheating and incorporate it in your classroom and teach your kids how to use it to actually learn something, that can be really beneficial and powerful for them. Okay, let's move on. So now we kind of have an idea of what the 21st century classroom looks like. Where do we go to find authentic digital products? Let's say in the perfect world, you have all those 21st century tools. Your kids have all those 21st century tools, and you are ready to go out and start doing some authentic digital learning projects. Well, here are a few places, and we're going to kind of go through these. This is actually a website, so if you have your computer, if you type in, and it can be all lowercase, that it will actually take you to a website. If you go to edmodo.com, that will actually take you to that website. The Microsoft Educator Network, you would have to go to Google and type in that term to get to that, but I've got a link to it later in the presentation. Google Education, Apple Education. I love this lady. Trot Guide for Authentic Learning. She's got links to all kinds of digital and authentic learning projects, resources, examples. So I just put I've spent a whole link of her stuff. And then my favorite, and what I use 9 times out of 10, is I just go Google it. Okay, obviously that's a whole topic in and of itself, but I'm going to leave it at that for right now. All right, so now what I want you to do is I want you to see an example of what I consider to be a pretty authentic digital learning example. Now, keep in mind, this is a commercial by Microsoft for their product, Office 365. So they're going to show it in a perfect light. But I really like the first example that they show, which is a girl watching a theater show and having to do an interview, using the digital product to do all of this and basically publish an article. So I'm going to let you take a quick look at this. Oh, it's going to work for me. I don't know. I had trouble trying to do this wirelessly yesterday, so
The Wi-Fi going back.
yeah, that's what I'm a little bit worried about. Is if I was connected to the wire, there would be a problem. Because it thinks it's playing, but it hadn't caught up. So.
Alright, so many of us turned on here.
It's possible. Tell you what, let me see if I can see that example, and I'll just give you that URL and just let you go out there. Hold on one second. To do that, I'm going to have to end the show and go down here. See if I can get the link to it. Here's one of those moments when your kids would already been going crazy, right? All right, well, we may have to come back to this one. I really wanted you to see this because it's one of the best examples that I've seen. And then, of course, that one's not going to play. My other examples aren't going to play either. Let me see if I can find it on here. try that. All right, if you have your computer, why don't we try this? If you will try to type in this URL, it's just www.youtube.com/user/Microsoft EDU. You can at least go to that YouTube channel. I don't know that you can get to the video quickly, but we can try. We've got just a few minutes. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger where y'all can see that a little bit better.
What's the video called?
You know what? I think it might be playing now. Or someone play with me. Okay. That's all right. It's, just go to that website first, and then I'll see if I can navigate you there. So let me walk around and find somebody that's gotten to the website.
I'm at the website. Use your Microsoft.
That's it.
Somehow
Okay. This is the website, for those of you that got there. If you didn't get there, you might just kind of look over with somebody else that has a computer that's at least on the website. This is not necessarily where that video is, but this is Microsoft's website for education. And there's a lot of really good resources there. This is their YouTube channel. So Microsoft has an Educator Network website, which is the next link on that sheet, and then they have a YouTube channel, which is where you're at right now. Now on the YouTube channel, there's just like hundreds of videos that Microsoft has about all their products. They have videos about education and that sort of thing. The video that I was going to show you is actually a video that kind of shows Office 365, which is a product that they have that's similar to Google Docs, for those of you that just learned about Google Docs. And it shows how this girl is using that product in a class, probably a journalism class or an English class that she's doing this project in. And I'm not sure I can get there from here because I don't exactly know where I found it. It's some page. But I at least have this link for you, and you can go to that. And the video, if I can't get it to play before the session's over, which I'm still going to try, but if I can't, you can go to it on your own, because I'm going to show you how to download this whole presentation. So first of all, let me just kind of get back on track. If y'all want to pause that video that you're watching or mute your sound or something, you'll do that just so we're kind of able to hear other things. I'll have to go back to my presentation in just a minute. So this is just where these are some Microsoft resources. So where do I go to find digital projects? Once I get the technology in the classroom, I have the students with the technology, whether it's BYOD or whether it's a computer lab, where do I go to get some ideas for projects I can do with them? Well, one of the places is Microsoft Education. And this link right here is going to be one of your best friends when it comes to finding activities. And I'm going to just click on that link. See if I can't get to that. I may have to actually, hold on, let me put my show back in slide mode. That'll be easier. Come on. That's you can't see it, but I've got a sign that says Microsoft PowerPoint's not responding. That's all the time. I love that. You know, when that pops up and it says, not responding, then you know that you got to get out and go back in. So, let's see if I can just get it to restart. This is a great tool that I'm using, but it really requires a lot of practice. And as you can plainly tell, I'm still practicing. Close this. Okay, go back to slideshow. Try that again. All right, so Microsoft on the Education Network has a section called Resources Learning Activities. When you go to that site, hopefully I'm going to get there this time, You can search for activities on Microsoft's website, age. So like you can put in like, 5 through 7-year-olds. You can put in 11 through 14-year-olds. You can put 14 through 16-year-olds. You can search by curriculum area. So if you want to search by Spanish or by business or by English language arts or by social studies, science, mathematics, you can search by kind of unit. So the activities are divided so that it's kind of a teacher-friendly way to find activities. And for some reason, it's just, I don't know if my Wi-Fi got so low or something, but I can't get out to anything now that's on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, my thing says no internet.
So is yours kind of doing the same thing? Okay.
We have a program that we can use called learning.com. That has it all sorted that way also.
Absolutely. Learning.com is a really good resource, and this is just another resource. Now, I do think that sometimes we bombard teachers with so much information, like, oh, we've got learning.com. Oh, we have Edmodo. Oh, we have Microsoft. Oh, we have Google. Oh, this is what I would say to that. And because I was talking to a college student recently that's kind of going into instructional technology, getting her master's degree in that, and she was like, there's so much stuff. How do you ever master it all? How do you ever have the latest thing? I'm like, you don't. You don't worry about it. Do you drive the latest car? Do you have the best car? The greatest house? Do you have the best area? I mean, you don't worry about it. You find something that works for you, and you use it, and then, as you learn about something else that's new, you evaluate it. If it fits into your playbook, you use it. If it doesn't fit into your playbook, you move to the next thing. So some of you say, well, if that's your philosophy, then why can't I just keep using what I'm always using? Well, we know we can't do that. There will be gaps if we just stay, if I continue to drive my 1979 Ford Pinto, there will be a time that I cannot drive that car anymore. There will be a time that either the government will say, you're going to have to get an antique license plate for this thing, or it's just literally going to play out and I can't drive it anymore. So we can't necessarily just stay with the same thing forever. But what we can do is find some of the things that fit our comfort zone and that work for us. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. All right, so let me get back to the slideshow. I'm going to have to do kind of like a plan B or something if I'm not going to probably be able to quickly click on that and show you. But this is where you can find some resources for Microsoft. Okay, the next slide, I'm going to go to the next slide, is Google in education. Okay, so if you don't find Microsoft something you can use, then maybe Google is something you can use. They have comparable tools, all right? So it'd be like me comparing Home Depot to Lowe's. How many of you go to Home Depot? How many of you go to Lowe's? Can you get the same things at both stores? Sure. It's kind of the same thing here, all right? Now, if I go to Lowe's, they may have some brands that Home Depot and vice versa. So same with Google and Microsoft and Apple, They're all competitors. Google has its own set of tools. And this video kind of is a demonstration of one of their tools. It's Google Apps, and they have something called Classroom 101. It's very much like Edmodo, okay? But if you use a Chromebook, and a lot of school districts are going with Chromebooks. Has anyone in here seen a Chromebook, know what a Chromebook is, have a Chromebook? Okay?
I don't have it.
Okay, but you've seen one, you know what one is. Anyone have one? Okay, why would anyone want a Chromebook? What's kind of its advantage? Does anyone have a clue? Well, they're cheap. That's the big advantage. Okay, so this little guy that I'm holding in my hand, $999. And he's old. That's how much he was when I bought it, $999. This is Microsoft's tablet. Okay, so this is a Surface. The Apple kind of equivalent, it's not really equivalent, but the Apple answer, of course, is the iPad. And $499, right? The low end, about $499. Unless you buy it used, about $499. So you can see, I can spend almost $1,000. I can spend $500. Chromebook, now you're getting in the range of like $250, $279. Okay? So, which do you think your district might buy for you? Okay? Which do you think they might be able to afford for you? All right? Or let's put it this way, if you could find a sugar daddy that would help you out, you know, somebody that like, there you go, somebody that had some money and said, you know, I want to donate some money to your classroom, and they donate some money, you would probably be more likely. All right, Chromebook basically will run Google stuff. Okay, you're not going to be able to run Office 365 on a Chromebook. You're not going to be able to do all the apps that you can do on an iPad on a Chromebook. You're going to be able to do Chrome stuff, Google stuff. They have their own apps. They have their own Google Docs, Google Presentation, which is PowerPoint and Word, okay? But you're going to use the Google flavor. So they have something called Google Classroom, which is very much like OneNote in the classroom for Microsoft. And all of those together, both of those things, is an LMS. So who in here said you're already using an LMS? Didn't you say you had? Okay, and you're using Edmodo. Edmodo is basically an LMS. Okay, a learning management system. What does that allow you to do? Publish assignments. Have kids electronically give you that assignment back. You can grade it electronically and give it back to them. Okay, publish information. Link them to video. Link them to webinars. Link them to websites. All of that through an LMS. Okay. I'm not even going to try. We're just going to move on to the next one. You'll be watching that video on your own. It's really good. I wish I could show it. Okay, so where would you go on Google to find authentic projects? Well, here's some of the resources that Google has for you. So Google has its own YouTube channel. Of course, Google kind of owns YouTube, so they should have their own YouTube channel. So you can go there to EduGoogle. And that's where you're going to find a lot of their resources that will be videos. And then, of course, this is their main edu, google.com.edu /edu is their main site where you can go to sign up for a Google account so that you can then have Google Docs and have access to Google Presentation and all of the Google things. Anyone in here kind of using any of the Google stuff that I already asked that? Y'all learned about it yesterday? Okay. What'd y'all think of it?
I liked it.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, I've never been using this before because, you know, like Dropbox and a lot of issues we were having in OneDrive, it kind of is solved with the Google Drive.
The thing about Google that I think Google has a really good place in higher education. I think it is a fabulous tool for high schools and possibly even middle schools. I worry a little bit about it in elementary school. Simply because it's really open, you know. Whereas the Microsoft answer, the Office 365 answer, it's part of your organization. You know, if you want to give your kids, an elementary school age kid, an email address, but confine them to only being able to email in that classroom or in that organization, Microsoft's made it really easy for your tech people to do that. Google makes it a little more difficult because it's such an open platform. But I agree. I think it's a great success. So that's a big advantage. Google has their own training, so you can actually go and find, Microsoft does too, but you can actually go as a teacher and access that training. You can watch videos, there's tutorials, there's sheets you can print out, videos and doing it. You can print out a sheet, lay it beside your computer, and you know, try it as you're going along. So all of those links, I hope you'll find beneficial. Apple has their own thing. They have something called iTunes U. Has anyone heard of that? Okay. Yes? You just took a class. Okay. Well, tell me about iTunes U. Tell me what you learned.
Well, just the basic part about building your own site, but it's a lot of information. There wasn't really time to get all
I know. An hour and a half. Not a lot of time to really get to play with it. iTunes U, I hate to keep saying Edmodo, but Edmodo is a great tool too. And I think I mentioned it somewhere in my presentation. But iTunes U is a lot like Edmodo. It is an LMS in its own right, and it's free. Okay? So a lot of people like free, especially teachers, because if our district isn't going to pay for it, you know, we can only pay for so much on our salaries. Believe me, I bought plenty of stuff for my classrooms. But we can only pay for so much because we also have to eat and pay bills. So Apple created a place for courses. Now again, when you go out there and you first start looking, you're going to see tons of college courses because the colleges really got into it. But I have noticed a lot of K-12 are really kind of stepping it up and putting more and more of their stuff on iTunes U. And I've even put some of my staff development on iTunes U for my teachers and for anybody else that wants to, you know, find it. So again, it might be something that would be worth you taking a look at. Those are some of the other resources for Apple's digital projects. Okay, has anyone heard of Second Life? Yeah? But not in a good way, okay? Does anyone in here have a child that plays The Sims? Used to,
Yeah.
okay? Would anyone tell me what The Sims is?
Yes, it was.
It's still around. Yeah. I have a 22-year-old daughter that still plays it. Still plays. She's been playing it probably since 4th grade. She still
It's
plays
about
it.
like, that's something that was hit when she was, you know.
Right,
younger.
right.
Now that
And my
she's-
son plays it some. He's 14, but he's not as avid of a Sims person as she is. But so Sim stands for simulation. That's right. Sim stands for simulation. Second Life is basically a simulated world. It is a platform that would allow a student teachers, etc., just a normal person, to basically create a second life. So you can take a real world environment and using your programming skills, and it's not highly technical because it's kind of all done for you. You can create these environments. This video, which I feel certain will not work, I'll try it, but I feel certain it won't, was done by a Texas A&M veteran medicine class. So basically, remember the hurricane that hit Galveston and the coastline not too long ago and all the destruction? Well, basically what this does is it takes you into that hurricane event of it from the perspective of veterinarians or veterinarian students and what they had to do to kind of clean up and make the water, pure for the cattle or the dogs or the cats that were, displaced. And you see it. You see the whole aftermath in Second Life. So instead of me showing you a real life video of the flood, you're going to see kind of an animated version of that. And you'll hear these different characters talking about their role and what they're doing. So Second Life would really give your students a chance to do some of that authentic learning that we were talking about. You literally could immerse them into a problem and they would create characters in the situation to create it. Is anyone in here, kids, Minecraft? Okay. That was kind of the big thing when my son was in, I think it was 5th grade, we had a Minecraft party for his birthday. I mean, I had computers set up all over the place and they were I had to set up a server and 8 friends there and they stayed up all night and played Minecraft and connected to this server. It was wild. But it was a good party. I just put some pizza out on the table and they were sitting at another table and I slept through that party. It was wild. But anyways, so Minecraft is kind of the same. Not exactly, but they're kind of creating a world, right? They're kind of creating with blocks. Okay. So I wish I could show you this one. I'll tap on it, but yeah, it just goes to the next slide. So I may switch over to my this is really long. I wouldn't want to show you the whole thing. I'm just going to show you a little bit of it. But I think it's kind of neat. It shows you Second Life from a positive perspective. What did y'all heard negative about Second Life?
It makes you spend money and people get into relationships with other people. It's not.
And Sims too, with the Sims City. Not Sim City, with the Sims world, you're kind of in a chat environment where you can chat with other people. So yes, there can be Second Life situations that are set up like that, but you can set some up that are more educational appropriate.
How did they avoid having to spend money? Because that's what this one person told me was when you get into that and you create an avatar, you're having to spend actual money to build up your avatar.
There's actually some open source, which open source basically means free, designed, Second Life World's designed for educators, designed for education. You would just want to go to Second Life for Education, I believe is the web address. And everything there for the most part is free. You can get into some things that cost, but just like Edmodo, Edmodo is free, but you can pay for apps, can't you? So there are parts of the Second Life for Education. So don't just go to Second Life, Google Second Life for Education and look at the part that was really designed by college students and other programs for K-12.
When you go into the Second Life, do they already have like education places for you to visit, or do you have to build your own? Like...
They have some, yes, that other people have, basically kind of like videos like this that other people have designed, where you could just take your kids and let them kind of experience it as a video, kind of watching it as an animation, and then of course they have the part of it where you can create your own avatar and create your own environment as a student. So, okay. So now that we've kind of got an idea of some places we can go for authentic digital projects, let's make a plan. Now, I kind of feel frustrated for you because I feel like that you don't have all the resources in your rooms that you need to go back. You need to go back and do this easily and quickly. And it would be much more easy if you, for you if you all said, oh yeah, we all have BYOD and our kids bring laptops or iPads or tablets or phones, smartphones to class every day. Or it'd be easier if you said, yeah, we have cows and we can just roll in a cart and, you know, then we have 25 of this device, whatever. So yes, that would be much easier. So this plan is going to be a little more difficult for you to come up with. We already talked about the fact that most of you have access to a lab of some sort. So in making your plan, obviously you're going to want to choose a project. So hopefully you'll spend some time looking at some of those websites that I've shared with you. And you'll kind of choose your platform. After you choose a project, kind of what is it that you're going to be working toward? What are your kids going to be doing? And in your case, somewhere in here, you're probably going to need to reserve your lab. You know, reserve your tools, so you can do this. Design it. This is a big one, and this is not an answer. What was your first name again?
Victoria.
Victoria. This is not an answer to Victoria, but this is something that I always include in anything I do. I included it in today's lesson. Test it. If there's any way you can, test your technology lesson before you do it. If you can test it with a small group of students, that can be helpful. So let's say you have a class of 25, but you have one period where maybe you only have 15 or you only have 10. If you could test it with that group first, so that when it doesn't work, you're not dealing with quite as many students. Or if it does work, but there's just little caveats that you need to change, you can see that first. So typically what I try to do is I try to test it myself, just myself. I'll sometimes try to test it from the student perspective. And then if I can, I always try to do it with a small group before I have to go and do it in front of a large group. That didn't happen today, but you know. And then eventually you just have to try it. You just have to jump in with both feet and try. And have a plan B. You know, have a plan B. Whether that plan B is like what I'm doing right now, just going through the slides. I mean, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to show the videos. But when you get to the point where, hey, the internet's not working, I could spend the next 30 minutes just trying to get on that video and not get through everything I want to talk about. So, reflect on the positives and the negatives. There's going to be at least one positive, so don't leave it out, okay? And then revise and plan for your next project. So if it didn't go well, please don't give up. Please think, is there something I could have done differently? Is there something I can do next time for that not to happen? Okay. This is some information where you can go. Why do I find this presentation? I think I might have a typo there. Where do I find this presentation is what that's supposed to say. So where do you find this presentation? I want you to have this presentation. I want you to be able to download it, have it on your computer. It is a PowerPoint, and I did not save, I saved it as a PowerPoint so that you could edit it. You can do anything you want to it. But I do have it in two formats. I have it in an online format and a PowerPoint format. So if you have PowerPoint, you should be able to download and save this to your computer and run it. If you don't have PowerPoint on your computer or on your device, whatever you have, then you should be able to use the one that does not require PowerPoint, okay? And then here's my email address, and this is my personal email address, not my school email address. That's my alarm going off saying we just have about 15 minutes. But here's my personal email address, which is a part of this PowerPoint, so you don't even have to write it down if you download the PowerPoint. And this is my personal website. I'm going to attempt to go to it. I may just have to go out to the internet and go to it. So let me just go ahead and do this. Close that, and I'm going to go to the website. So if you'll go to my website, which is .com. Let me get Internet Explorer up here. This is my website. You're not seeing it. You will be in a second. This thing keeps jumping over to extend mode instead of duplicate mode. This is my website, and again, it's just www. You don't even have to put that in. Just TERISA. I spelled Teresa really funny. TERISAODOWD.com. It'll take you to my website, and this link right here, training. If you tap on that training link, it's the second one in that menu. Called Authentic. Maybe I can get it to work for me on my little crazy device. Come on. Anybody get there?
Yeah.
I know we're all having kind of internet issues. Once you get there, there's going to be a link on that page that says, click here to download, and you can download it and save it to your device. And there's one that says, click here for the online version. The online version should take you to my OneDrive, but I tried to save it so that everyone can get to it. So here it is. So here's this, or this should be an active link that will let you download it, okay, and save it to your machine, but you need PowerPoint to run it. And then this is just a link to an online version of that presentation, which I hope works for you. I didn't really have a way to thoroughly test it because I'm usually logged in when I'm on my machine, and even when I log off, I never know if it's working. But it would just take you to an online version of PowerPoint. You might have to log in with your Office 365 credentials, but you shouldn't. I tried to share it so that anyone could get to it. Did anyone try that link?
Yeah, it works.
Is it working, or are you getting a page? Just back off that off, and you just go to that website right there. There we go. Okay, it's just spinning. I'm going to switch over to my cell phone, I think, after for the afternoon, so I'm not using y'all's Wi-Fi. So, just so maybe I can show those videos. Okay, so once you get that PowerPoint on your computer, you should be able to open it up. I would run it in show mode, so it's just easier to click on those. Use your mouse and just click on those links, and you should see videos as long as you have an internet connection. It will take you out to YouTube, so you an internet connection. How connected are you guys at home? Everybody has internet at home? I would assume so, but where I live, that can be a little bit of a challenge because there are some parts of our school district that are pretty rural. So while you might get internet, can be really slow. Now I live in town, so I have good internet, but anyway, so going up that 75 corridor, we have LTE and everything, but you get out in the rural part of Powell, where the cows and all of that is, it can be kind of slow. All right, what questions do you have for me? again, I wish it could have been more interactive. I just didn't feel like that I could get this much information to you in an hour and a half and do a lot of interactive things. So I was hoping to elicit at least your verbal interaction, and I hate the videos didn't work, but I am glad that I did make a plan to share that with you. Is there anyone that wasn't able to get to the website, wasn't able to get to the stuff that you need? Okay, well, if you can download that video or get to my website, you should be all set. I appreciate you coming. And if you didn't sign the sign-in sheet, I'm sure you need that for credit, so be sure you sign it before you leave. Otherwise, still have a good lunch, because I think it's lunchtime. Thank you. Thank you. I actually have a workshop that I do with my team called What's Planning. Yeah, I actually do. There is a 1:30 session. Yeah, I will. Good luck. I've never taught, other than Dixon, it was pretty small. I've never taught a district this big. Oh yeah, it's big now. But when I taught here, there was just one high school. You know, so I've never taught a district this big, so I know that. I worked at Region G for a while, and I worked with a lot of districts, but I didn't actually teach in the class. I taught her 2 years ago. So, she was always
No. And they, this year, they put extra brand new things over the next one. And one of them, I wanted to start on regular basis.
So, what we want to do is try to find, kind of a niche, the person that's kind of over that niche. Okay. It's like, I know that instructional technology people, I don't want to go to those, hey, you need help in the summer, obviously, they're not happy about that. Hey, it's not huge, but, yeah. So, you need to find out, when you've been around our
But I'm just trying to get this out of the way and get those hours in.
Have you done your
Oh, it's been a long time ago.
No, but I will.
I've done all but 3.
Good job. 7. It was 87.
Oh, you have to do it, you have to open it, and then you pay for it.
So you graduate from Denton?
No, you go back, you write the answers down and take it.
I shouldn't talk.
Yeah, but I know that would be wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I look really young, but I'm old.
I could have had him as my child. He still respects,
Well, that's good.
4 people at my school last year that I had in 7th grade.
Yeah.
Well, you teach them for years, you know the whole city.
You catch up, don't you? Absolutely.
And it's okay.
Yeah, it is. There's big benefits to experience. Sometimes people don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it, but there are some real big
Glad
benefits.
the ones that are at our school appreciate it, because there's some that, did y'all know? The Callister's on Tuesday, it's half price. This is awesome. Yes, I'm going this Tuesday. Yeah, it is Tuesday, so I'm going there now.
No, where is it?
The
I don't live.
The hut. I-20 and.
Oh, yeah.
Are you teaching the one?
I do. This afternoon, I teach this very same thing again.
This is on Thursday at 10:30.
No, I don't think I'm teaching on Thursday, I think just today and tomorrow. Now tomorrow I'm
maybe
teaching,
tomorrow.
tomorrow I'm teaching flipped.
That's the one.
Flipped and blended.
So that's the one, because I like flip.
And that one's gonna be a little more interactive. Because I know, now I for sure know I can be interactive because I know y'all have stuff. I wasn't even sure what y'all would have.
We never know.
I will tell you when you bring mine.
Oh,
Be happening tomorrow, right? All right, so I definitely want to use that ticket tomorrow.
Es un poco difícil porque mira que sí, porque tienes que saber todo lo que Uruguay, México, todo el Latinoamérica, geografía, historia, literatura, tuve que estudiar. Tuve que estudiar y ponerme porque no soy de Uruguay, ponte a estudiar porque no es solamente español. ¿Para tu entrevista o el examen? Sí, tienes que leer para la comprensión y pues quizás se puede para la aquí están abriendo todas estas escuelas.
Okay, so that is one.
Okay, so cilantro de, okay, tell me your name. Okay, so, wait, this,
Cuéntame, solamente preguntas mandé por
But I wasn't on the other one either. But I wasn't even on the one yesterday, the one today either, I don't know why. But I go back.
Y yo también fui a ver el Pues buena suerte.
No, it's good. Okay, so disregard that email, looks like that was just a bomb. In this report, it shows you have for this. We were not on this sheet, but did you make sure they were up?
Yes.
You should.
So even though.
Early?
Yes,
And
that's right.
so,
See? You can roll, see, I'm ready for 10:30.
yes, so you're okay. Just for whatever reason, they were not in there. So I don't know what, it doesn't show you enrolled.
No, not for the 30 one.
I don't know that.
That's the email, but they came back from school, you know, school object.
Since your Euphoria shows there and you signed the sheet this morning, that's where they'll rank your credits.
Okay, okay. And then I didn't have to do these because I already had registered.
Right,
I
and
wasn't
then,
walking.
like I said, you signed them on. You're
All right.
welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Similar.
I forgot to send in the bill. And since it wasn't 41, you got in the middle of the thing in row 9, and I asked her, and she said they took it. So I don't know who, yes, I don't know who passed it, so I'm just fine today.
I read it yesterday.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't because I certainly thought everything was kosher. They had an exam grade, they had a term grade.
I don't know.
you're doing kinder or are you doing first? First, and one of our persons who was first is moving to kinder. So, we had 7 on our team, I was team lead at one time, and then I said, I'm out, because it was my first year in kinder. I moved from 6th grade, I said, "I'm not doing it." But they were like, oh, we know you can do it. I was like, okay, but then I thought, no, and then when again tap, I was just like, it's just it's a tap, it's a no, it's the last year was, so, cause it's the second year. And then there's also Uplift there too. So you got 3 things that are there, yeah. Well, which is tap, then you got Uplift that's there, and then this is the. This last one, she said she was the director of student support services. So they have it's a it's a big thing, I'm telling you. And Uplift, but Uplift is the charter school that is also going to be a part of the campus. And so 7 of us, well, I was the same principal to transition after the Hope and Creation.
Oh, then you said it was a third school.
No, third one.
Oh.
Third one.
So
Yeah.
it's TAP and Uplift.
Yes, it's TAP.
What's TAP though?
It's a teacher appreciating or apprentice kind of a program. And what you do is you have these master teachers that come out of the classroom and they kind of perfect your effectiveness as a teacher.
And the Uplift is for
It's charter school.
Is that for
No, it's sort of a K through 5.
Oh, so it does have.
Yeah, yeah, and K, well, first is what you'll be doing, but we have K, we had 7 teachers, and there are only 2. No, 2 that were left there. No, she's tap, you're probably tap. Oh my God, and with you, that's a big building for you.
Chavez is a big building.
Oh, that's right. Because they're gonna do Avid this year. So I have the Avid training branch, which I did over in middle school. I'm gonna come over there and do some changes. And 3 of our teachers are I know. Well, you might have wanted to do that, but you see yourself, but it's huge. And there'll be a lot of different, in the building, and I'm just saying, considering you. And it's, because it was a middle school. Hey, fine. It was a middle school at first. It was wasn't a Lee Middle School at first, wasn't it? Somebody was talking about you in the other class, and there's 2 of them, the girl with the ponytail and something else.
Yeah.
Hey, where's that? They're like, oh, she cut her hair all off.
Yeah, I worked with them, when I first came to Nursery.
Okay, okay, then what's in your first year then?
I just finished my 5th year teaching, but my 3rd,
And Bowie, you were at Bowie.
my 3rd year in
Oh, you were at Bowie. Okay, where Sour's going.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you. Yeah, we'll see you.
I'm a Travis. Well, I only wanted to go to see my friends.
Yeah.
I didn't care.
Yeah.
Travis.
Yeah, but it's so much change, and, Dr. Burke had yesterday told me, he says, call her. Is that the principal? And so they were saying, go ahead and talk to her and see what I'm going.
Oh, you're.
And so I was just,
It's just gonna be different.
It's just gonna be
world
different.
language.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know. You're weird. Oh, this is wonderful here now. Well, that's good that you have that perspective, because that's what, not that I wanna sound like that there's, but
Yeah, I
it's so
come from
different.
Dallas, and Dallas is totally different.
Totally, I'm
Dallas,
thinking of
this is
that.
so easy.
But that's not what I wanted to. But I did the AC program. So I was coordinating for my.
How long ago did you do Dallas?
7, it's probably
Okay.
about 7
Then
years.
you don't wanna go back.
No. So different.
It's hard.
I
to
had
do
52, I had
Yeah.
52 elementary campuses and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And trained teachers, I loved it. And I did the bilingual,
Do you know
teachers.
my math really well?
No.
Then you won't get hired as a above teacher. He hires all his friends.
Well, the thing is, I know some of the principals that are still there.
Okay, good.
I know the principal because I worked with a lot of the principals there.
Then you
And,
can do it.
and then the
If you
alternative
really wanna go.
certification. Yeah, I'm gonna do something different because I didn't wanna continue to do that. It was just too big. I had surgery last year on my foot, you know, not on a, walk or anything, God bless you. But I'm just saying, I did that when I taught kinder and they were stepping on my feet and then they were accusing that one of the kids said something about, well, not the kids, it was something like the wrong mindset. The teacher has, there she is. The teacher has, the kids rubbing her feet. It was strange stuff. Strange stuff. So that's good, yeah. She's coming from Travis and going to Lee. She's going to Lee first grade. She's first grade. She was first grade at Marshall. Yeah, at Marshall. She's going to Lee now, and she's gonna do first. She wanted to do kinder.
Oh.
But she's gonna do first grade until her first grade.
Okay, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. You know, I'm a housekeeper. I got a lot of stuff.
That's what I told her, and then there's I told her the building is so much bigger. Cause it was a middle.
You know, bilingual?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get comfortable.
Did Reyes leave?
Yeah, Reyes.
Oh, did he go?
So that was my contact.
So where
Really
what
good.
grade is he doing?
He's doing first grade, then he's going to Zavada.
Who's going to
He's
Smith?
going to Mary Smith. Yeah, he good, girl.
He is. You'll have a lot. You'll just get some.
And I've got some, he forwarded me a lot of stuff, so if you give me my email, I can just start forwarding to you what he has sent to me. And, before they, yeah.
And so Lisa, get with Lisa Solis.
Yeah, look at me over here like giving you all this information.
Lisa Solis is the person that you need to see. She's a mentor teacher. They're now under the TAP program.
Yeah. I can pull that right now, like forward and stuff, cause he had to, categorize them and put them in, folders and everything.
Anchor charts.
All that stuff. Yes, but it's
That's all you need.
Yeah, yes, cause all I do is pull this and fold it and
She just switched back
shit.
from kindergarten going back to first grade.
I was there.
Oh, last year too.
Before they wipe
you'll
my
be good.
account out, cause I got a whole folder that has, raised in there, and I just forward everything, all the emails, I'll just forward.
And you'll have a good resource with those. I don't know if Noguchi, is Noguchi staying?
Yeah, the Gucci still staying.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
So she'll be dual language too.
Oh, you love it.
And Garza is the one who left first, and she went to kinder.
Gucci
She was dual
and,
language. She's new,
Corina,
she just came
Green,
on.
yeah, her, I don't know the other one, but I know Muscle First Grade, I work with them a lot.
But Dallas,
Marshall,
beware.
so, yeah.
There's tons of teachers.
And then you can get with my bilingual partner, Rios, but he's in Mexico, he got some good stuff too, so.
Yeah.
Girl. Yeah, you're gonna be coming in your life. Yeah.
Now, I was thinking, like, what she gets got about 50 or so.
They always doing something.
And they plan together, do a lot of stuff together. They are sweet. They are so sweet. You are so lucky. Yeah, I left Lee, and I'm in Marshall, but I still keep in contact with them, and we cross over campus and do a lot of stuff, so if you need anything, you need anything from them, or you need that, but send me an email today.
But some other areas, I just said some support staff, that's what I would rather get into.
Oh my God, okay.
I'm taking.
Okay.
You get
Fun. Oh, congratulations. You on a fun team.
Yeah, first grade,
It's a fun
Yeah.
team. They're a really
Yeah.
good team, and they work.
You are
hard.
going to like that.
You are gonna like it.
Yeah.
Cause I worked with them for 2 years.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Okay, I'm
So
sorry.
you get ready, just get ready.
Where are you going?
Prepare.
I'm Travis. Oh,
I'm sure
great.
they'll support you.
Oh, you gonna get with McDonald?
Don't hold me here, but just say, Miss Emily
Yeah,
said,
I know, you're gonna have fun. You're gonna have fun. They get Cassaritas.
Pray a lot, pray a lot.
Yeah, Cassaritas.
Just like bring out the first grade. That's why she wanted to stay.
You'll be fine.
But she was saying it's big volume, so.
Yeah, and,
Yes.
Okay. Give me your email.
I got that, Miss Santos.
And give me your email, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna transfer everything on my desktop to Kinder team and forward it to you.
Oh, you're a Kinder?
She going to Kinder. She going to Kinder, but she needs that Kinder stuff. Everything in Kinder.
I can send that to her.
Yeah,
I
it's
can
huge.
or whatever.
Yeah, it's a huge file.
So, you're gonna stay at Track?
I'm gonna stay at twelve.
Okay.
Right now, cause
Oh, so you're gonna be with that?
I actually wanna go
Oh.
leave because my son just, I coached with now the high school.
Okay.
So, she's really sweet.
Yes.
She's very helpful.
Yes.
That's one thing.
Yes.
She's really
So,
But she
helpful.
need access to the Kinder team file.
Oh, so McDonald and Costa Rica. You're gonna get those two and they're gonna have everything.
Oh, yeah.
They have everything.
Here, some of them.
They have McDonald and Costa Rica.
They got everything, but we're gonna download, I want you to, I wanna forward so you can look at
So
it
you
today,
can see it.
so you look at, we like getting everything, get it.
And then we'll give her
Yeah,
all the first
first
grade.
grade, yeah.
You have her email address, right?
No, she gonna.
You can email her and then we'll send stuff to her.
Yeah.
There you go.
I work with Lisa and all that stuff, so, yeah, but I want her hand, so I can, it's a huge, oh my
Oh,
God.
yeah.
It's
She gave it to
huge.
me when I first said, cause that was
It's
my first year.
It's huge.
I did not have a clue.
First grade, same thing, access to it because you be unleashed. And you'll be, go to first grade, they got everything, like, Reyes can create a, masterpiece.
Yeah,
for
that's
first
what you
grade.
need to get now, and you need to get it, and you need to start looking at it, the way they do it, so that you'll know how they do it and what the expectations.
Yes.
That's what you're, yeah. Good thing she came down here, right?
Yeah.
Gotta work
I'm
some
a-
ways that we can
That's all right.
understand,
We will be all the stuff that we need to. Okay.
The library is completely different, but don't worry about that, Sam, okay? It's the same exact thing. And it should already be set up too. Yep.
Record, you got it.
See, we have that right there. If you click, it opens this program. And I can't even get to it. It would automatically open that program and start streaming and start recording. And then it would have a button, click here when you're finished recording. And you click it and it would automatically save the file on the. So that was our idea, was the presenter could just come in and boom, boom.
Right.
And then we wouldn't even have to be in here. And it would automatically stream and record the session.
Nice.
Which eventually we might get to that, but as of now.
As of now.
Yeah.
We'll just click record.
Yep. And then instead of moving those.
let's see what we got here. They're all copies, that's it.
All right, go ahead. Log
Oh.
in. Oh, listen, I made you hard. Hi, how are you today?
Fine, how are you?
Just fine.
Cold in here.
Yeah, just close it. Now, I don't have a Mac, so let's see if I can remember. I went, here to control panel. That's what I'm looking at, right here, I'm trying
that all
to
it's
see.
on?
Google it, if I don't know how to do it, Google it.
Turn this temperature back a little bit before it freezes me.
And don't forget to sign it too.
Oh, yeah. Why is my name here? Oh, it is. See, you always nice things.
No, you're not, you moved?
Evidently.
Uh-oh.
It's all about before lunch.
I am not. This one that
Not sitting long enough, because I'm, even during the class, I have to come back up. I mean, less than an hour.
I'm afraid to put my jacket just a little bit.
Hey, you're a tech, right?
No, I'm a librarian.
You're everything.
I'm a librarian.
You're everywhere.
I'm not a tech.
You're a media specialist, right?
Thank
A
you, yes.
librarian?
Yes.
That's what librarians are these days.
Media specialist. But people ask me that, they're like, are you a tech? I'm like, no, I'm a teacher, just like all of us, same degree. But I'm a media specialist, yes. And I don't know, I work on a Mac. Let me go ask one of these guys.
Maybe she knows.
Do you have, I can't find where to change he wants to make it so his computer never goes to sleep.
Oh,
Or-
what is it, is it a Mac or a PC?
It's a
PC.
PC.
Okay.
At least
PC,
beyond 2-3
If it's a
hours.
PC, I can help you then. If
Okay,
it's a
and
Mac,
I'm the Mac one, but.
Because it
otherwise-
goes off in an hour, a half hour, and that's just
Okay, so you're on Windows 7, so Windows 7 and Windows 8. There's multiple ways you can get to it, okay? But I usually just go out to the desktop and right click and go to personalize. We're listening to my presentation.
Sounds great.
And then I usually just go to screensaver, and down here there's a place that says change power settings. So that's where you want to go. You want to go to power settings.
What's it set for right now?
So right now it's set for balance, so if we click on change plan, it's set on your battery, which is what you're on right now, to dim the display in 2 minutes and to turn the display off in 5 minutes.
That's
That is-
So when you're plugged in, I usually have mine set to like never when I'm plugged in. Yeah. Cause I don't even, this sounds bad, but I don't even worry about power when I'm plugged in. So I normally just go ahead and change all of these settings to real high when I'm plugged in. Now, when you're on battery, you have to be a little bit conservative or you'll use all your battery up.
Right.
But dim in 2 minutes is pretty conservative, so let's make that 5. And turn the display off in 5 minutes, you may want to bump that up to like 25 or 30.
Well, see, we're alternative education. We get emails constantly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much thank you for teaching me.
No problem.
Thank you.
But like, so when you're in your classroom.
It should be at least for an hour.
Yeah, so when you're in your classroom, you know, just have, if you're plugged in, just have it on never. But if you're on battery, then if you want to bump it up to an hour, the only thing that's going to happen is that, you know, it's going to run, your battery life is not going to be as good because your screen's always on.
Yeah.
And then once, you can come back in here and change it later if you want it to be lower, you know.
Well, what would you suggest basically?
Pretty much on mine, because I don't use my battery a lot. Just like today, I'm presenting, I'll use my battery. The rest of the time, I'm probably going to be physically plugged into power. I set my power, when I'm plugged in, I set it to never, so it never goes off.
Right.
And usually I set my turn display off to about, on battery, I usually set it to about 30 minutes. And then put it to sleep, I usually set that a little bit higher to like 45 minutes, so it won't go to sleep. And, because my thoughts are, if I'm not using it within 30 minutes to 45 minutes, it's either going to be plugged in, or I'm not, you know. So then we just save that, which I just did a few seconds ago, and then we just get out of here. And now, as long as you move your mouse sometime in the next 30 minutes, it should go to sleep. You should be good. But it's under power settings, that's where you want to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh. So we're gonna have fun today? Of
We're gonna
course.
have fun.
Of
You know,
course.
What about tomorrow?
No, I'm just, well, tomorrow I'm gonna be here too. You teaching tomorrow too?
I am teaching tomorrow, not the same thing.
What are you teaching tomorrow?
I'm doing flipped and blended learning tomorrow, flipped learning.
What I've got. Are you in the morning?
Morning and afternoon, I repeat the session.
I'm in the
so,
morning.
What, 10:30? And then, whatever this session
What
is.
I've got.
I think this is what, 1:30
See what I've
to,
got.
1:30 to 3 or something today?
On the 17th, I've got Teak Week, create an iBook.
Oh, well, that sounds fun. I'm not doing that, but it sounds fun.
And what's the other one?
Because I'm signing up for something.
Student-directed learning. Is that you?
Nope, that's not me.
They got a lot of tech stuff.
I'm just gonna make sure my video plays because I had a little trouble with it this morning. So, hopefully we don't have that. We're a smaller group this afternoon than this morning. This morning was pretty full, but this afternoon it's a little
You got
smaller.
10 minutes up.
Yeah, and most people didn't come in until 2 minutes after we
Well, a
started
lot
this
of them
morning.
came later in our class. I mean,
Yeah,
10, 15 minutes later.
yeah, I had several come in late. That's fine. It's no big deal.
We had,
I don't teach high school students anymore.
See, I
but
didn't know they had
these
tech,
days.
I didn't know they had tech classes yesterday, but apparently there were. I didn't find them or something for some reason.
So you're on the DAP staff, you teach at the,
10 years been doing it.
wow. Glutton for punishment, huh?
Huh?
Glutton for punishment, huh? It's just a different breed of kids, isn't it? That's, you can't say they're
Sixth
necessarily.
grade's a problem.
Yeah.
Parents are a problem.
So what
They
grade
don't have
level?
any respect. It's just like up in McKinney.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
places, there's nothing they did wrong. What they should have done is find every student and mother, and everyone was there when asked to leave. You know, we've got our laws all wrong. It's all wrong. This country, we've gone backwards so far.
I don't know if it's backwards, but we're definitely changing.
Well, we're backwards. I'm gonna put it for what it is. We are, another 20 years, you don't wanna be here in this country. It continues.
Well, at least, what happened over the weekend with Dallas police got McKinney out of the limelight for a while. So the media will be on that for a little while.
Nothing wrong with what they did that. They should have lined up all those parents and students out there rebelling in disrespect. Fine every last one, about $500. Just stop a lot of this stuff. Save them up in Flint, Texas, or Flint, Michigan.
So what grade levels do you have in your DAP?
Oh, we got middle school and high school.
Middle school and high school. That's pretty much what we have in our DAP too.
DAP
I'm from a
where?
small school district, north
What school?
of Dallas. It's, called Howe. It's north of McKinney, actually. Just a little, we're about 30 minutes north of McKinney.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the kids that end up in our DAP, for the most part, lack the ability to respect authority, and that's the reason they end up in DAP.
Oh, sure.
Not to say we have some kids that are not in DAP that maybe lack that too, but generally speaking, that's what gets them in here most of the time.
They tell their parents what to do and so forth.
Yeah. And I did see that a lot in middle school.
It's getting worse.
It does seem to be. There seems to be a little bit of a trend. I think I'll go to the restroom before we start. We should start.
Pretty good, haven't you?
last
Well, that's
weekend.
good.
My daughter's piano.
What's that?
Well, they're over here. They wrote 2 years there. And
This morning I did.
so
This morning. I told you, Ted said he
graduated.
We need to do that.
Williams Baptist.
Oh, yeah. I used to do that. I forget something.
That's exciting. I have 2 in college.
Oh, you do? Okay. A boy or girl?
Both boys.
Both boys, where's the other one?
There's Oliver.
Okay.
And this is just one of them.
Third year.
Okay.
So I keep on one of
My
them.
was playing.
All these others are
Stuck in the middle?
Yeah.
Seven, that's not too bad.
No.
It will, are you ready? Yep, good job.
Excited. Yeah, it's so
Like a nice weekend road trip out of
Well,
it.
did y'all hear the same thing? Did I not see it, the farewell reunion?
I did that one this morning. I ain't
What time did you come? Did you come late or early?
I did not see it.
Totally like, yes, because they got a lot of people there and everything, and so we had one that morning, that's it. So maybe almost.
And I figured there was my
Yeah, so maybe close. Yeah, it was really nice. I had
So
so
nice.
nice.
I love the road, it was so great.
That was fun.
So it's either 164 or 175.
That was good. Was it that easy?
Come back and around the holidays and be
So,
cut
yeah,
up,
where are you working?
muscled up.
Girl, what's up? Where are you?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Looks like 85 years.
Where my girl is.
They look like 185.
And she's gonna be
They look
going
like
to
170.
She's gonna be going to Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got, last Monday, and Tuesday, so we'll be-
You were at the fifth grade.
No, we didn't get one.
But all the,
I think we get it.
they're going back to their dorms.
Really?
To that.
So we need to look again.
Yeah,
So they need to
We
fifth
went
grade more
to
than
St.
pre-K.
Louis several times.
Well, they need to
We-
Pre-K more than fifth grade.
Yeah.
And
Certain
so
O's
we
under
were, and the
water.
thing is, like, when
And they just walk
we,
around and
those schools, we still have their,
people watch.
even the fifth graders,
Below you.
as long as they were
Yeah, we had a nice time. It was kind of,
That was it.
anniversary,
But we enjoyed
Mother's Day,
it.
Father's Day, birthdays, all over
Had a
again.
good time with my kids.
So you want us to fifth grade?
Like 8 years ago now.
Yep.
South Louisiana.
Yeah, so
Saw
they're having
one of the
to,
surf
we
shows.
had packed, packed all up and everything, and shipping stuff out.
When they had like
Like,
a
COVID,
Yeah.
yeah, the COVID and stuff, and
Yeah, so
some
it
people
was
say
a crazy
fifth
place,
grade,
man.
like,
We
the
saw
school's gonna be a pool in fifth grade.
He was there. We stayed in Paris. We at our hotel.
Yeah,
right
right across the street from us,
A
yeah.
few, yeah, one of
We
our
spent
teams,
most of our
their
time in the
whole
rooms
team
watching the
was-
things. You know, they started like 3 or 4 in the afternoon and run until
Raven, one
midnight.
team is from Raven,
That's cool.
another group of ladies is going back into high school and I'm
They go all the time, and that's what.
Cool.
I think a couple people going to
So
be
they're-
over to Travis.
She's not a big gambler, but he is.
World Raven School,
He
whatever
loves
they
it.
call it.
Yeah,
Whatever
he
they want
loves
to.
it.
Spent a lot of money. We got pretty lucky. Minus our package, flight.
Yeah, and so she's going to Raven, she's gonna be 7, yeah, she was on my team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
She's gonna be teaching.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's really good. My wife said, the first time we went to the buffet, we were eyes flew in, and I got the ticket.
So, yeah, we saw,
So you got that last time, you better eat, so you can eat no more. So I was like 4 plates.
It's more difficult to do it here.
Six bills.
You just download it from the app store
It's okay.
and on here.
Yeah.
See, well then, yeah,
I
then
hear
you go
you're,
in.
got a gig?
I
And
do,
you have
I
to-
do. I start.
You have to build your own library.
27.
So like this is for, these are books.
So, you be doing?
I'm doing it teaching.
So,
I'm also gonna be, the 30 extra days are gonna be,
exactly sure how to put
kind
it
of
on there. I gotta
administrative
put
duties
it.
and.
Cause it wasn't enough time,
Managing and.
you know, for them to
all the
actually,
student laptops that
for
they
us to
have.
do everything.
So-
But everything we need is right in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice pay raise and a little more responsibility, exposure, and
Where's that?
Oh, we did.
yeah, I'm teaching halfway, I'm gonna be teaching computer based
some of my coaches actually work at
program
TCC.
meeting.
They were like, yes, I think you should school there. I said, well, that sounds really good.
Yeah, one of my,
A bit nervous, but I think that comes with new territory.
TSU, and my cousin, I had two cousins that graduated from TSU, and they really liked it.
Yeah, so I'm trying to push
There's
it.
got to be a small group.
And so that's her, her nephew's got a scholarship, he's gonna be doing music, so he's got his full Friday, he's paying for our school, and that's a plus.
He's like, we went into the backyard and played with the varsity.
So you go on to.
Came back in to get a glass of water.
I am simply for the.
I said, we know what the heck. So I answered it. It was convenient. As soon as you walked up, that you were the right person.
Okay.
I don't know if you're in a position.
It's 1:31, so we're gonna go ahead and start. There could be a few people that will, you know, scurry in late, and that's
I
fine.
was gonna say, most signed in or not?
We have the majority signed in, so if you didn't sign in, I'll go ahead and just pass this around. And, you know, be sure to sign in, because I definitely want you to get credit. And if someone comes in late, if you guys will kind of help me to remind them to sign in. We'll go ahead and get started. I want to introduce myself, but then I want to have you introduce yourselves, because I know a lot of you know each other, but I know absolutely no one here. And I'd kind of like to get a feel for, you know, where you teach at, like, what school. So if you would just kind of tell me your name, you can just say first name if you want, or you can say first and last, doesn't matter. Unfortunately, at my age, I'm not going to remember your name probably, so first name's fine. I would like to know the school you're at, and maybe just kind of what you teach there, and that'll be sufficient. I just want to kind of get a feel for what you might be doing, so that may lead to discussions when we get into the Authentic Digital project. So my name is Teresa O'Dowd. I am a technology director at a small district north of Dallas, off of Central Expressway. We have about 1,050 students, K-12. So we're quite a bit smaller than Grand Prairie. I have worked for a larger district. I did work for Denton, but it's been many, many years ago, and at that time they only had one high school. So even though it was a larger district than mine, it was still fairly small at that time. We're going to talk about Authentic Digital projects today, and this is a little bit more of a presentation than a lot of hands-on, because it covers a spectrum of information. I'm going to give you lots of resources. Some of them we're going to go to on your laptop, so that's kind of interactive, but not as interactive as I like. And then some of them I'm just going to provide you with this PowerPoint that I have. I'm going to give it to you, show you where to get it. You download it, put it on your machine, or I'm going to give you a link where you can get to it on a website, either way you prefer it. So not really going to be necessary for you to take any notes, I don't think, because you're going to get everything that I have, so you probably won't need to take notes. Certainly you're not going to need to write down URLs, because I'm going to give you all of those. And then other than that, I would love for us to have lots of verbal interaction. So I'm going to ask you lots of questions, and hopefully you won't be so sleepy from the big meal you had at lunch that you can provide some feedback. So realize this is a different group from this morning, but I learned a little bit about the kinds of technology teachers have in Grand Prairie ISD at the various campuses, because it seems to vary depending on the campus you're at. I also learned a little bit about the student technology that you have, and this really is focused on student technology. So we'll kind of talk about that as we go. So why don't we just kind of go ahead and start. I'll start over here with you, so I'm going to give you a little bit of heads up. And just tell me your name, where you teach, and kind of what you teach. Anything else you want to share, but those are the three main points.
All right, my name is David. I work at Truman Middle School. I work with students with social and emotional disabilities.
Okay, very interesting.
My name is Tanya, and I'm moving from a 5th grade position to 6th grade middle school science.
Okay, so 2 middle school campus people. All right. Cynthia, and I teach world geography, 9th grade world geography. 9th grade, so high school. Yes.
I'm Tony Aller, and I teach 9th grade world geography at South Grand Prairie 9th grade center.
All right. We'll come to you.
Debbie, and I teach 1st grade at Barbara Bush.
Okay. And Barbara Bush is, I don't know.
It's an
elementary.
school.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right.
John Hawkins, I've been teaching at alternative education 10 years, both middle school, high school, combination of math, science, or history, social studies, depending on what needs to be done that year.
Okay.
Sometimes a combination, sometimes all high school, sometimes all middle school.
Okay, all right. A lot of secondary folks, but some elementary.
I'm Jamie. I teach, I taught 3rd grade for 8 years and 4th grade for 2, but I'm moving back to 4th, so this will be
Okay.
year 11.
All right.
Marco, I teach at South Grand Prairie, teach Spanish and audio video broadcasting.
Okay.
Cameron, my current contract is at South Grand Prairie High School. I, however, have received a promotion to go to Zabisky, which is our career and technical high school.
All right. And I heard you saying you teach like
I'll be teaching
computer
computer
science?
maintenance, computer programming.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Well, we have a pretty diverse group then. A little bit of elementary and a lot of secondary folks, middle school and high school. This morning, probably kind of the same actually, except it was divided more elementary and high school. There were very few middle school, but it was kind of split right in the, across that. So let's talk a little bit about authentic digital projects. And since most of you have devices, I am going to encourage you to go to a site here in just a few minutes. If you don't have your device or you just don't want to get it out, that's fine too. You can either look up here or you can look on with someone at your table. We are going to watch a couple of videos. I had some issues with the video this morning because I was trying to use the Wi-Fi here, and I'm also projecting wirelessly, so that just didn't want to work. So this afternoon, I'm going to try something different. It seems to be working right now, so we'll see how it works. I'm actually just using my phone. It's LTE, and I seem to be getting a little bit faster connection, and so far I've been able to show some video. The videos that I'm going to show you, we may not watch the entire videos of any of them, but I just want to show you a little smidget of stuff that are authentic digital projects, or at least lead to some discussion. I noticed that a lot of you have Dell laptops, and a few of you have iPads, and I also noticed that a few of you have MacBooks. So is that kind of the way, are those devices that your district's providing you? So what's kind of the division, who gets MacBooks versus who gets
choice?
You get to choose? Okay, awesome, okay. So it seems like then that as far as teacher tools are concerned, and I know you have other tools besides those, you're provided with some type of laptop, and you're also provided with a tablet, an iPad. Is iPad the choice?
Yes.
Okay, great, all right. Good, that's going to be good information to know. All right, so we are going to talk about authentic digital projects. I'm going to go ahead and just advance this forward. And come on, don't start that with me. Playing a little bit of catch up here. These are kind of some of the topics that we're going to cover. So this is kind of how I've organized my presentation. We're going to talk about why should teachers use authentic digital projects, because some of you may not think we should, or some of you may not know why we should. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I think because we've thrown this word authentic in there, we have to at least have a little bit of an idea of what authentic learning is. So I'm going to ask you what you think authentic learning is in a few moments. If you're not real sure about this, where can I learn more about it? And then what is the difference? So now I'm going to jump gears. After we kind of get a handle on authentic learning, we're going to kind of switch gears and we're going to say, well, what is the difference between teachers and students in the 21st century classroom? So we're going to look at that because there seems to be a little bit of a difference here in Grand Prairie. So that's something we got to talk about if we're going to do digital projects. That will be a challenge that you're going to have to overcome. And then changing the model, because I suspect there is going to be a difference between what teachers have and what students have. And how are we going to change that model? And what can we do before the model changes? And then where do we go to find authentic digital projects? Once you know where they are, you know what they are, maybe you decide you want to try one, what are you going to do next? And then at the very end, what if you still need help? After all of this, maybe you think, this is something I want to do, but I still need a little bit of help. Where do we go for that? So that's kind of how I've organized things today. All right, so let's talk about why should teachers use authentic digital projects first. And I'm just throwing up a couple of points that research kind of points out. And I'm going to show you where I found some of this research in a moment. But some of the research says because students tend to learn better by doing. Students are motivated by solving real world problems. Students live in a digital, connected world. And I think we can probably all agree with that, even if we don't necessarily like that fact. They do live in that digital world. And then, according to some of the research, educators need to be playing a role in preparing students for the 21st century challenges and using those 21st century tools. So again, this is the opinion of some other educators. It may not necessarily be our opinion, but we're going to just kind of go with this assumption for the moment. So if we assume that kids learn better by doing, and that kids learn using digital tools, what does that have to do with authentic learning? Well, what is authentic learning? And this is kind of what, again, what some of the experts per se are saying, that it's real life learning for students. It encourages students to create a tangible, useful product that can be shared. And once the educator provides the challenge, then all he basically does from that point forward is nurture by providing the necessary criteria, planning, timeline, resources, and support to accommodate that student's learning or student success. So let me ask you, what do you, when you hear the term authentic learning, what comes to mind? If we close the door, do you think the air will come back on?
Do you want some air conditioning?
Yeah, it's a little warm.
Oh, move that down a little bit.
Okay, we're going to try both things.
Just a little bit down.
Just a little bit, we'll freeze ourselves out, right?
Yeah, and we'll take much.
There we go. All right. So what comes to mind when you think of not so much digital, but just authentic learning?
I think it would be student-centered, student-driven, student-led, not teacher-led, teacher-driven.
Okay.
They see a point to it. It's not busy work.
Okay, they see a point to it. It's not busy work. Good. I agree with both those definitions. Anybody else have anything they want to add to it?
I think it would be some, have college readiness interweaved somehow.
Okay. Okay. Do you see a point to authentic learning even as low as the elementary grade levels? Can you think of any authentic learning that maybe you've done with your students? Anyone done something that they think would be an example of authentic learning?
A couple of years ago, I had my third graders create book trailers.
Okay.
With the computer after they had done some work on summaries and story elements.
Okay. So they read a book and they did some work on story elements and that sort of thing, and then they created a book trailer, which for everyone in here, a book trailer would be kind of like a movie preview, a movie commercial, a commercial for movie. Awesome. Okay. That would definitely, to me, qualify as a digital project, and I think it would be an authentic digital project. So I think that would definitely qualify as what we're talking about today. All right. So when I think of this one right here, I think of us. I think of educators. Because I see the principal or curriculum director or department head as the educator that comes in to us, provides us with a motivational challenge. You're going to have third grade this year. You're going to have alternative ed this year. They tell us this is what you're going to teach this year. And then they basically provide us with the criteria, what be the TEKS or whatever. They give us, they do some planning for us, because there's certain things they want us to do. They give us a timeline, some resources, and hopefully some support, and they're like, see ya. Think about it that way. I mean, because in a way, this is what we do in education. We take teachers have gone through some training to become teachers, and then we, administrators, give us some stuff to use, and then send us on our way to do it. So in a way, when I think of setting up an authentic learning environment for my kids, I think about, what can I do that would be something they might really face? So in science, what's something they might really face? Let's say 6th grade science, what's something they might really face? In language arts, what's something that they might really face? What's some writing piece? What's some reading combination writing piece that in the real world they might really have to do. That's kind of what I think of when I think of authentic learning, and then how does that kind of blend over into digital. Authentic learning certainly engages the senses. I think one of you said something like that. To create meaningful, useful, shared outcomes. That term shared is always in there in authentic learning. They are real life tasks or simulated tasks. So today we're going to look at some real life tasks. We're also going to look at some simulated tasks. So I'm going to give you some examples. I'm going to give you some resources where you can go to get more examples. The only thing we're not really going to do in here, mainly because we only have an hour and a half, is we're not going to create a lesson plan. But I'm going to try to lead you to the water, and then hopefully you'll drink. I'm going to turn and run, but hopefully you'll drink before long. Okay, so let's go on to the next thing. So since we kind of think we have an idea of what an authentic project might be, let's take a look at a couple of projects. These are not necessarily digital, and I want you to tell me which one of these, or two of these, or three of these do you think would really fall under the authentic learning. So I'm going to have to read them to you because it's kind of small. The first example is students learn about endangered species in their region and take action to protect them, including a public awareness campaign, habitat restoration field work, and communication with local government officials. So what do you think? Authentic learning? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. How about the second one? Students design and create a calendar with pictures and information about endangered species, which they sell at a pre-winter break community event and donate the money to an environmental organization. Okay. We have one nay. You said nay, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any yays? No. All right. Let's listen to the last one. Students play the role of scientists who need to make recommendations to an environmental organization about how to protect endangered species in various ecosystems around the world. Okay? All right, let's see what the experts say. Come on, change for me. Wi-Fi. All right, let's see. There we go. Okay, so the answer is, well, there are purists out there, okay? So to an authenticity purist, a project is not really authentic unless it is in the real world, connected directly to the lives of students and real issues in their community. So by that standard, A certainly qualifies, which everybody said A does, maybe B, but probably not C. Now, the thing I think they're going by is that, yeah, absolutely, that real world and also that shared product, okay? Think about that, because C didn't really have necessarily a shared product. But the author of our survey says, and that's not me, but, and I agree with this author, but I think the answer is really D, all of the above, because all of those do have a real world component. Now, to a purist, maybe, you know, C didn't really meet all the criteria, but certainly it's a good real world project. And in fact, in digital learning, you might be able to include all digital assignments and projects that are going to directly incorporate curriculum. If they have that real world piece in it, then you're really getting that authenticity. So now we kind of have an idea of what authentic learning is and maybe how authentic learning is going to blend with projects. So let's go ahead at this point. I want to share with you some resources where you can learn more information about authentic learning and project-based learning. Because in a nutshell, what we're talking about is project-based learning, blended learning, flipped classroom, authentic learning, digital projects. We're talking about all of those things. All of those things kind of fall under this huge umbrella. So I found a couple, actually I found 3 resources that I wanted to share. Google it, you'll find hundreds, if not thousands of resources, okay? These 3 just seem to have some kind of research base, and the websites tend to offer you a little more than just information on authentic learning. So this first one I really found to be the best with information about authentic learning for the 21st century. This one I really found to have the most information about project-based learning, and the last one seemed to be a good guide for a teacher to follow who was developing project-based lesson ideas in the classroom. So we're not going to spend like hours on any of these, but I am going to open up this one and just kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. It's actually a paper, and it's quite lengthy. It goes into a lot of detail, but it is from the organization called EDUCAUSE. Had a lot of good research done by this organization, and there's a lot of information in here about 21st century learning. Again, this is just a resource for you. I'm not going to spend the entirety or even a big chunk of our presentation going through this document. It's too small, you can't read it up here. But as you want more information about authentic learning in the 21st century, this will be a good resource for you to go to. Now you're going to get this PowerPoint, so you're going to get a link to this, and then you can download it and save it on your computer. It is a PDF file. All right, let's go to the next thing. Now that we have an idea of how authentic learning ties into the other, let's talk about the 21st century classroom. Now this is a depiction of what this particular author thinks the 21st century classroom is. So somebody tell me something you see up there that you think I would find in the 21st century classroom. Can y'all see that?
That whiteboard.
Okay, there's an interactive whiteboard.
There's kids on tablets.
Okay, kids on tablets.
Laptops.
Absolutely.
The teacher isn't standing in front of the room.
Okay.
She's over to the side.
She's over to the side. Computer that looks like it's maybe being projected. Do you see a phone?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to see, but one of those students actually has a phone.
Oh yeah.
So we see lots of different things that we might see if we went down to Starbucks or we went to McDonald's. Okay? We see people using those electronic devices. So this is kind of what we envision, or somebody envisions, a 21st century classroom to look like. Let's take a look now at the teacher's 21st century classroom. Now this may not be Grand Prairie ISD, and it's not necessarily even Hal ISD, but this is kind of where we've been and where we've migrated to. And I want you to notice that we're still doing the same things, we're just doing them in a different way. Okay, to some degree. So we have teachers switching from digital tools to 21st century tools. So over here we have traditional teacher tools, and I have student tools, but that actually should be 21st century teacher tools. So you have the lesson plan book. I don't know about you, but I've been teaching for about 28 years, and when I first started teaching, they gave me a book that looked kind of like a calendar inside, you know, and that's where I was supposed to write my lesson plans. Okay? Mm-hmm. Do you guys still write your lesson plans in those?
No.
Okay. What do y'all do with your lesson plans now?
It just kind of depends. We have these templates that we type everything in.
Okay. You have a template, like a Word template or an Excel template?
Yeah. A lot of it's on Google Docs.
Okay. Google Docs. So you type it up, you save it in Google Docs, and then who can see that?
Department chair, your PDOS person.
Okay, so usually your department chair, your PDOS person. In my situation, because our principal is kind of all of those things, it would be our principal and maybe a curriculum director, possibly a department chair or lead teacher. Okay, so you can see that we're still doing lesson plans. We just kind of shifted the model and how we share those lesson plans. Okay, grade book. Are we all using these? Okay, and I think you guys are using Skyward here, correct? Okay, over the entire district? All right, awesome. So again, paper, hand me this paper booklet. I write my grades down in it, and then at the end of the 6 weeks, I would, generally speaking, either turn in a sheet to the office and they would print up the grades, or at the very, very beginning, a long time ago, you'd write out the report card and sign it, and that's what would go home. So kind of a big change there. Again, here, the only person that can see this lesson plan book is who? The teacher, right? Unless you give it, physically take it and give it to your department chair, right? And that's kind of the same with the grade book. So now you can actually share that information with lots of people that need to see it while you're working in it. Okay. Chalkboard, whiteboard. When I first started out, we actually did use chalkboards, green chalkboards. There you go. Wasn't too long after that I moved into a newer building, and we did have whiteboards, but they were marker boards. You still had to write on them. Okay, but that was really cool, you know, didn't have all that chalk dust. Now, of course, we have interactive whiteboards, tablets. I'm not really using my tablet the way I normally do, but normally what I would do is I would take my tablet. I'm sure you guys do this too, because you all have iPads. This isn't an iPad, but it works the same way. Normally I'd be walking around the room with my tablet, and I'd be advancing my slide forward either with my finger or, so again, it's kind of like an interactive whiteboard, because if there's something on here I want the student to do, I can just simply walk up to the student and hand it over and have them do it, rather than you having to get up and come up here and touch the board like you would with an interactive whiteboard. It's the same premise. Okay, copier to a learning management system. Now when I started, the very first school I was at, we had one copier in the whole district. So most of the time you use, I don't even remember what it's called, like those Ominio machines, and your fingers are all blue. I'm really dating myself, but now I don't even have to copy stuff if I have a learning management system. Does anyone have any idea in what I'm talking about when I say learning management system?
It's like we have Edmodo, it's kind of the.
Okay, Edmodo is.
Facebook.
Yeah, Edmodo is a learning management system. It is a way for teachers to basically publish assignments, publish announcements, publish information that students can access because they either have a join code and can join your Edmodo class, or you manually put them in there. You know, you typed in their email address or whatever. So that's kind of your learning management system. So now if I have a handout that I want everyone to have, I don't have to go make a copy of it. I can simply just scan it and put it into my Edmodo. There's hundreds of them. I understand Skyward has a learning management component. It may not be as robust as Edmodo, but there is a component. Ever heard of Blackboard? You have any kids that go to school, college, they maybe use Blackboard or Canvas, or maybe you're getting your master's degree or something, and you could have even gotten your bachelor's degree and you're using it. Okay. So I know my daughter she was at junior college last year. She's going to university this year, and she used Blackboard for a lot of her classes. So that's a learning management system. Transparency overhead. What do we have now? These things like this, document cameras, Elmos, projectors. Okay. So again, we're just taking a tool and we're advancing it. We can do different things and maybe more things. Pen and pencil. That's a good traditional tool. We still use them. But we're slowly migrating over to using more like phones and computers and laptops and tablets. Lecture. What I'm doing right now, I'm standing up in front of you and lecturing. Okay? Is there any other way that I might get this same information to you without having to be here face to face?
Do a webcast.
Okay, I can do a webcast. That thing back there in the back of the room, I don't know if it's really recording us, but if it is, this entire presentation you could watch on video. What's the advantage to watching it in a webcast or watching it on video versus being here in the room with me?
You have a homebound student?
Yep, absolutely. You have a homebound student. They can access it because they couldn't be here today.
They want to hear it again.
Yeah, you can replay it. The advantage in a class like math, like algebra, geometry, physics, chemistry, some of those classes that to me are really challenging would be enormous. I had a Algebra 2 teacher at our high school this year. She's been there several years. She's actually moving. She's not going to be there next year. But every lesson that she taught, she used her iPad, and she recorded everything she did. So after she finished the lesson every day, she uploaded that lesson to YouTube. And this was just something she came into the district knowing how to do, probably something she had observed when she was in college. And when she first came in, her first question to us was, are we gonna get a device? And I'm like, yeah, you're gonna get an iPad, you're gonna have a desktop machine. And she said, okay, can I have something on that iPad that will let me record my lessons? So we tried a couple of different things before we found the one that really worked for her. And with that piece of software or app, she was able to, write stuff down, work the problems. It recorded her entire lesson, the way she was working. It recorded her voice. It didn't see her picture, but you heard her and you saw her working the problem. And the huge advantage to me of that would have been, as a parent, I could have seen the way she taught the concept, so maybe I could help my child to understand it. But as a student, I could have watched it over and over until I really understood what was happening, if necessary. So that's just some really interesting things going on here. Everyone heard of the Khan Academy, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Textbooks they're going online. They're becoming interactive. Handouts, of course, we already talked about LMS. You guys said something about Google Docs. Microsoft has something for handouts. They call it OneNote Classroom. So there's all kinds of different resources that we've been using in the past are just kind of changing. So we're talking about making the switch. The teacher is making the switch from here to here. I know I've got a typo up here, but that's supposed to say teacher. Okay. Now let's take a look at the student. How is the student making that switch? Okay. So my understanding is you guys have a this is pretty limited, right? So how are you going to do a digital project with your class if they don't have the digital tools? That's a challenge that you have. Now, I think you guys have a few workarounds, so I want to hear some of those workarounds.
We have computer labs.
Okay, you what?
Let them use their phones.
You let them use their phones?
Wi-Fi.
Okay. And at your campus, it's BYOD, so they can bring their phones, they can get on Wi-Fi. Okay.
Well, our little ones, we just take them to the computer lab and kind of get in where you fit in when it's available.
Okay, so you maybe have to schedule it, but you can get to a computer lab at your campus.
We have computer lab scheduling at my old school, plus each team has a PAL.
Okay.
Computer is like 25 laptops.
Uh-huh.
All of my kids had phones and tablets, so
Okay.
it was never a problem.
That's great, that's great. What about at DAEP? What's the situation there?
Not unless for its reading lab or for maybe writing or something.
Okay.
But no.
Did they have access to computers at DAEP?
I'm sorry?
Do they have access to like a computer lab in your DAEP building?
Well, yes, but that's certain classes. I mean,
Okay.
most of the time we're in our own classes.
Okay.
DAEP, we get the less. I mean, all other schools we get what's left over.
Right. What
I don't
about
like saying that, but
BYOD?
that's-
Do they let them bring their phones and stuff?
No.
See, I would think that might be a no-no.
They got
DAEP.
drugs stuck in there where the batteries are, and
Yeah,
you got many problems with
yeah.
those phones. You got a problem. A lot of these students, they can copy tests and things. They can pass any test
Yeah,
with these things.
yeah.
I mean, I think it's degenerate in some of the ways we use some of our technology.
Well, and
Kids have learned how to use it.
that is
very
definitely
well.
something that I want us to touch on. But certainly, some of the same things we talked about earlier could apply here. So if you have ability to get to some of these devices, like it sounds like some of you do, it may be limited, but if you plan, you may be able to do some of the things with the tablets, with the BYOD, with the phones, paper, notebooks, assignment sheets, all of these things right here. We already talked about how the teacher can, whoop, I went the wrong way, sorry, hold on, let me go back. We already talked about how the teacher has replaced gradebook, copier with LMSs, things like that. Are those resources that could be available for your students? It sounds like yes in some cases, because one of you said you had Google Docs, you can share docs with kids. Some of you said Edmodo, or you're sharing stuff with staff. Can you share through Edmodo with your students?
Our district also has something that we just, a lot of teachers may not know about it, but this year we transitioned to what's called Office 365, and we have what's called a OneDrive OneDrive.
Yes.
And students can physically save and upload and share a document with a teacher, students, whomever.
So do all of your students then have Office 365 accounts?
Every single one.
Okay. And is it basically a district issued account?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. That's kind of what we have at our district too. And so therefore, if you are a teacher and your students have an email address that's also available to the teacher tenant, then you can share files, share PowerPoint, share presentation notes, etc. So all of these things are possible. The student traditional tools have 21st century counterparts. It's just a matter of making sure we have access, maybe having to plan a little harder, maybe having to schedule that access. Okay, so now that we know kind of what they are and what we need in our classroom to do them, where do we go to find them? That's what we're going to look at next. Now, these are actual web addresses. You guys already mentioned Edmodo. There's a bunch. I didn't put everything up here that I could have. It could take in slides and slides and slides. But project-based learning-online.org is a really good site to go to for projects that you can find. Edmodo, if you do not have an Edmodo account, your district may have a district branded site. Some districts do, but if they don't, just go out and get your own personal Edmodo account. It's free. And there's all kinds of lesson plan ideas already out there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Microsoft has its own educator network. We're going to take a quick look at it in just a minute. It has all kinds of lesson plan ideas for you for authentic project-based learning. Google Education does. So does Apple. And then this particular site, Schrock's Guide for Authentic Learning, just love this lady. She's always kind of ahead of the curve where digital learning is concerned. And she just has like a whole page full of links that will take you to resources and projects and ideas for authentic learning. And then finally, my friend, just Google it. Just open up a browser, type in digital learning projects, type in English digital learning projects, math, science, elementary, middle school, whatever, alternative ed plans, just whatever your subject area is. Type it in, see what you can find. You will find some junk, okay? But you will find some good stuff too. You just have to be persistent. Okay, I want you to take a quick look at this video. This is a video provided by Microsoft. It kind of talks about what you were talking about with Office 365. You guys have this. So what you're going to see is feasible for you if you have this. You may need to learn how to do it. Microsoft has training that you can do online that will help you with that. Now keep in mind, this is a commercial for Microsoft, so it's very slanted. I'm going to give Google their equal time here in a minute. But this is I think this is a pretty good example of an authentic digital learning project. And there's more than one, so you'll see a couple of different examples. So let's hope this plays. Now if I could just get the sound bar off. Sorry. I was trying to turn it up and let's go back. Try that again. gonna stop it there. It's almost there anyway, but I'm gonna stop it there. So that is Office 365. So everything you saw those people, the kids doing in that, if you guys have access to Office 365 and your students have access to Office 365, they can do those sort of things. Now, if they don't have access 100% of the time in your classroom, it may be that you have the kind of class or the kind of group that maybe you can make some of those assignments and they can do some of that at home and bring some of that back to school, finish it at school. But you saw a lot of different examples. We'll start with that first example where apparently the assignment was to go watch a play, and she watched a play and then she had to write a newspaper article about it. So that certainly would be kind of like being a journalist or a theater critic. So that kind of fits into that authentic learning scenario. And then the digital project, of course, she saved in her OneDrive. This is kind of what your OneDrive looks like when you have files saved in it. And all of those students that look like they were saving their things in their OneDrive and then sharing those out. Okay, let me go back for just a second to PowerPoint. So on the Microsoft Education side, there are some websites that I'm going to give you in the PowerPoint that you're going to get that I'm showing you right now. And the video that we just watched came from this educatorsnetwork.com site. There's another thing that's on that site that I think is worth a quick look at, if I can get it to pull up. It's not a video, so we'll see if it pulls up real fast. If it doesn't, we'll move on. And that is, Microsoft has some projects already built that you can go out and see the lesson plans and utilize those lesson plans. And they've kind of got it divided by grade level and curriculum area, so you can go and search for them. I know this morning I said that to someone and they said, yeah, we have something like that we use here. It's called learning.com. You guys use learning.com? Okay, I don't know, it may be more of an elementary thing than high school because a lot of you are secondary. But learning.com is a site where you can search for basically technology, digital learning lessons using either elementary, middle school, high school, and then you can look for math or science or reading or social studies, etc. Well, Microsoft's kind of got their site devised like that too. Let's go ahead and move on. I'll come back to it in a second if it ever loads up, but we'll just let it spin back there. So that is this site right here called Learning Activities. So you can go there and search for your own topic, your own subject level, maybe find an activity that you might want to do with your students. So all of these are resources that are made available by the Microsoft Education section of our presentation. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go to the next example, and this is from Google. So Google Education also, they're competing. They also have their own thing for educators. And this is a really interesting one. I think someone at lunch told me that either y'all had a presentation on this last year or maybe have a presentation on it this year. So if your district kind of lets you do what works for you and your students, and you're not forced to do Office 365, Google also has a set of skills or set of tools that's very much like Office 365. Instead of PowerPoint, Word, Excel, and OneNote, in Google, they just have different names. So you have, Google Docs, and I think one for presentation, I think it's just called Present or something like that, okay? And Sheets, I think, is what they call their spreadsheet program. But they have something very similar. This is called Classroom. And this video is going to very quickly, we may not watch the whole thing, but it's going to very quickly show you how you can use Google Classroom for free with your students to set up your own learning management system, your own LMS. So if you don't like Edmodo and you don't like Skywords and you're not going to use OneNote in a classroom for Office 365, then you might want to take a look at this one. I guess there's no sound with this one. I thought there was some music or something. There we go. start over, so I'm gonna stop from there. I didn't mean to move my mouse. Okay, I'll stop there. But you can see what they were doing is they were in Google Classroom. They were very quickly enabled, or quickly had the ability to create a class, to either add the students manually or give the students a code, and the students could add themselves. They could add assignments. They could see when the students had done the assignments. The students were able to do the assignments online. So there's lots of different tools out there, and I don't want to confuse you by giving you like all this information and giving you all these different tools. I just want you to realize that sometimes the tool you're using kind of dictates the platform that you use. So if you are using the iPad, and your students mostly have iPads, then it may very well be that you're going to want to use a platform that works well. If you don't know what your students have, they're bringing in BYOD. Some of them have phones, some of them have Dells, some of them have iPads. They have a mixture of things. Then you may very well want to go with a tool that kind of works on anything. So here's the caveat. Office 365, it's a Microsoft product. It works really well online. It was designed for online. If you have a PC, it works really well on it. If you don't have a PC, if you have a MacBook, or if you have an iPad, it still works on it. Because they've developed it so that you could do it through Safari. They developed it so there's an app for the iPad that you can use, okay? Google Education, it's also online. So it's been developed. If you have a MacBook, you should be able to do it on a MacBook. If you have an iPad, you're gonna have to go through Safari, but it should work, okay? If it doesn't work in Safari, you can always install Chrome on your iPad. So really and truly, we're kind of making that jump away from the computer and the tool that you're using to everything's online. So now, no matter what you have, you can use it. And that's the reason there are so many different platforms. Okay, let's see where I am. Way far ahead. Let me go back a little bit. All right, so if we go to Google, where do I find authentic digital projects for Google and just other resources? Google Education has its own YouTube channel. This is it right here. YouTube.com/user/edua Google, or however you pronounce that. They also have a google.com/edu site where you can go. Now again, if your district's really supporting Office 365, that may be the way you want to go. If your district isn't supporting Office 365, or they don't really care what you use, and you kind of already like Google, and maybe your students already have Gmail accounts, then you may want to go this direction. It's just kind of up to you and what your campuses have. Is anyone kind of I know you said, someone in here said you were using Google.
Mm-hmm. I don't use it a lot.
Google Docs.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that more of a personal and professional?
Well, in the elementary level, it's really hard to get our kids to get on all that stuff without having to baby step by step.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a lot of the ways that we use is just teacher to teacher kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
There's just too many
I can
ways
definitely,
to do that.
here's my 10 cents worth on Google. I like Office 365 for elementary kids because as a teacher, you have a little more control as to where they can go and what they can see. Google to me was really designed for university, and they've kind of migrated into the K-12 market. So it works, I think, pretty well for middle school and high school age kids. But there's just kind of that fear factor with elementary because it's so open and so free. I have this fear of where they might go with their own account. Whereas with Office 365, if your network administrator wants to, he can set up your elementary Office 365 accounts where they can only share within, Grand Prairie ISD. They can't share with the real world, so to speak. So that's kind of my 2 cents. It's just, what I kind of think about it. But all right, so that's Google. Let me go to the next one. The next one is Apple, and I'm not going to make you sit through a video on Apple, but I do want you to be aware. You've got iPads. Apple has a whole educational site. And one of the things that Apple has is called iTunes U. Has anyone heard of iTunes U?
Yeah. I went to the training this morning.
Awesome. Would someone share a little bit about iTunes U? What is it? Tell the group kind of what it is, or.
Well, it's mainly with the iPad that you go on there and you you register, you have to download the app. But it's just resources on any type of lesson, anything you can think of.
Absolutely.
And you can build your own library, and you can go on there, they have all of the resources, videos, everything right there for you.
So again, it's kind of Apple's endeavor into education. It started out probably more with colleges and universities, and there are full-length college and university courses and programs on it. Many of them you have to pay for. Most of the K-12 resources that are on iTunes U are free. There is some professional development on iTunes U that you might charge, for you to take, but most of it is free for K-12, and it is kind of an LMS too, okay? In it, you can make an account on iTunes U and you can create courses in it. And then you can have your kids download that app and go to that course, go join that course, okay? So again, they try to develop a way to make it really easy for educators to migrate to a digital tool, to a digital platform for projects and for classroom learning. All of the resources there you can see, I've got some resources that are real specific to iPads in the classroom, okay? So if you're using iPads in the classroom as a teacher, or if you have your kids using iPads in the classroom, that may be a good link for you to look at. All right, who's heard of Second Life? Okay. I think Second Life has some enormous potential in education. Now, you've kind of got a bad name, okay? Because a lot of people think that it's really expensive, you have to buy your avatars, you have to buy, there's multiple Second Lives, okay? There is the Second Life that I think of for gamers, and then there's Second Life for education. So when you go to Google later and you Google Second Life, Google Second Life for education, because that's the one you're going to want to look at. That's the one where most everything is free. That's the one where there's going to already be some environments and lessons built that you could just use in your classroom, and that's where you're going to find your resources. This Second Life example right here, and I'm going to close this blind just a little bit, is really long. I am not going to make you sit through the whole video, but I want you to see just a smidget of it so you understand what Second Life is. And this was actually developed by Texas A&M University, their veteran medicine class. And it is definitely a real world situation. So it's definitely authentic learning. It's a good example of that. So basically the students in this program were given the problem of how do you manage veterinary medicine in a situation where you've had a flood, where you've had a hurricane, where there's animals that are damaged, or food sources are damaged, animals are damaged, food sources damaged, water sources damaged. Your team has to go on site to this, whether it be Galveston or Houston or wherever it might be, this area, and your team has got to show me how you're going to deal with that. So instead of them creating a PowerPoint presentation, instead of them making a poster that showed it, they actually went in, created little avatars, which are basically digital representations of the students, and they show this like you would see it. They had to build this. So it's kind of neat. I'm going to show you just a little bit of it. So we're in Second Life now.
Mayor Lenny is a little under the weather, but he's working on that. The Red Cross volunteer has come out tonight. They have some sort of, toxicity,
Based on what's happened in the last 2 days.
probably has cell toxicity, has been drinking.
We never know, and again, it's difficult to give lots of information, but this was from Freetown, and was part of the title service being money.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there. You get the idea, all right? I mean, it goes on for, it's quite a long, video. I wanna think it's about 10, 11 minutes. I'm not gonna show 10 or 11 minutes of it. And, but you get the idea of what they've done. They've basically taken an animated program that has allowed them to build kind of a background and to put some avatars of people. You've got animals, you can see the debris left over from the hurricane or the flood, and all the damage, and they start talking about the water source and animal triage, and so it's your ability to put your kids in a second life situation where you could put your students, of course these are college students, but you could put your students into an activity, make them create this kind of real world scenario, and how would they respond to it, bringing together resources and ideas, and we couldn't really take them to this site, right? I mean, even for a field trip, but yet they can kind of create this site in Second Life and talk about how they would deal with those kinds of things. So it definitely takes a digital project several steps further than what we've seen up until this point. Okay, so just moving on. Hold on, I went too far. I guess I didn't. All right, so that again is another example of how you could use authentic digital learning. Now that we've kind of got an idea of some of the things that we can do with it, it's time to kind of make a plan. And again, if we had a 3-hour class, this is where I would say, let's make a plan, and you'd work together or by yourself, and I'd walk around and actually help you. But let's talk about the steps, because this morning, one of the things that one of the participants shared is how technology doesn't work all the time. And about half the time when she would bring out the cow and all the kids would get their computer, it wouldn't work, so she would just have to quit and move on to plan B. And I actually have a session that I do called Plan B. But obviously as a teacher, you're going to have to kind of figure out what you want your kids to do. You're going to find a digital project that maybe goes with your curriculum area, and you're going to try to figure out what you want them to do. Choosing a platform may be important. It may not be important. If you're doing it in a BYOD classroom, you're obviously going to have to choose a platform that will work on anything. So Edmodo is a good platform for that. We talked about Office 365 being a good platform for that. You're going to kind of need to design it. So planning is important. One of the things that used to really frustrate me as an instructional technologist was when we first started getting teachers to leave their classroom and go to computer labs. So oftentimes the teachers would take their kids down there on a Friday afternoon. They would sit at the desk and work on their grades and just let the kids play on the computers. There was no plan for what they were going to do. They hadn't designed any lesson. It was just, okay, today I'm going to let you research whatever topic you want to in history. Or maybe it would be, okay, today look up something on the Civil War. So the teacher wasn't really engaged at all. The students were engaged in whatever they wanted to be engaged in. There was no authenticity. There was no learning project. It was just, we're in the lab. We're using technology because we're in the lab. Choose a project. Decide platform is important. Design your project. This is important for your Plan B, okay? Test it. If at all possible, test it. This morning when I got here, I was very prepared. I have 3 laptops. I have this Surface, and I have my call it my Old Faithful, my laptop that I really like to present from. Guess what? It wouldn't connect to your wall jack over here, because this is VGA and mine's HDMI. And one of the things that I forgot to get in my bag was my HDMI converter. So luckily I had at least thought to bring my little wireless adapter, and I noticed that this projector did take HDMI, so I was able to plug in my wireless adapter and use my wireless presentation. So my presentation is online and it's on 3 different devices. Now that's overkill, okay? That's a little overkill for Plan B. But I'm just telling you as a teacher, if you want to be in control and you want things to go right, it's important that you design it, and it is important that you test it. Will testing it make it foolproof? No. If you've ever used technology ever, you know that, right? But at some point, you do have to just jump in and do it. But testing seems to at least help you to anticipate what might go wrong. And sometimes you're going to have negatives. Sometimes you're going to have to scrap the whole thing. Reflect on those. Hopefully there's at least one positive. Reflect on those negatives and then revise and plan your next project. So this morning I told you I couldn't play my videos because I was using SD's Wi-Fi and there were so many people on it that my videos just wouldn't play. So this afternoon I revised. It's not my next project, it's still the same project, but I revised and I said, okay, I'm just going to use my phone and I'll just connect to my phone's LTE and see if that works better. And it has worked better, okay? So we do that all the time in the classroom. You have to do it with digital lessons as well. All right. Okay. I'd like for you to go to my website if you have your device, because I'd like to make sure that you can get to this presentation. If you want the presentation, you want any of the resources from the presentation. And it's just my first name, last name.com. You don't have to put the www. I spell my first name funny. It's Terisa. My last name is Odowd, Odowd.com. And when you get to the website, it should look something like this. It may not look identical to this, but it should look something like this. What you want to do is you want to click on this training menu. And under the training menu,
Would you go back?
Yes, I will. One of your options under the training menu is going to be Authentic Digital Project page. If you'll click on that, it'll take you to this page. So let me go back very quickly for you. I gotta find it. There we go.
Terisa.
OWD. That's correct.
It's not coming up right.
Did you get .com? That's it right there. Just click on that. That's it. And now just go to training and click on that second option. So I put 2 things on this site. Did anyone else have trouble getting it?
Mine is just rolling.
It's just spinning. Yeah. The Wi-Fi is a little slow today.
So we should roll. So hopefully that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. So you will eventually get there. All right.
Are we supposed to evaluate? Are we supposed to evaluate this or?
Maybe, but they didn't give me anything to give to you to evaluate it. So, so when you get here, just scroll down just a little bit. You can click here or here. If you do that, you're going to download my PowerPoint. So if you have PowerPoint on your computer and you download it, you'll be able to open that and edit it. I gave you the full thing. Okay, you can save it as a different name. You can edit it. You can do whatever you want. If you don't have PowerPoint on your device, if you're on an iPad or something, and you don't have PowerPoint, if you click on this link will take you to my PowerPoint online. And that's what I used today in the class, okay? That you can't edit, it's just what it is, so my typos in there are just in there. You can't really edit it, but if you don't have PowerPoint, it is at least a way for you to get to the links, get to the presentation. I will tell you, if you do have PowerPoint on your device, and you bring it up and it opens up and it looks like this, these links, it'll be hard for you to just click on them. You probably know that. I know I'm talking to the choir, but just in case somebody in here doesn't know that. So if you open it up in PowerPoint, just go up to where it says slideshow and click on slideshow, and either do it from the beginning or from the current slide. And it'll be in full slideshow mode, but then when you tap on this with your mouse, it'll actually take you to that website. Obviously, that's not the one you're going to tap on, but if you go back to one of those others, like one of these Apple links, you'll be able to tap on that with your mouse and get to it. Okay, is there anyone that did not sign in? Well, I went through that a lot faster than I did this morning. A smaller group, it always tends to go faster with a smaller group. And also, y'all were a little more laid back, not quite as chatty as my group this morning. Are there any other things that you want to talk about? Any other things you have questions about? What I tried to do is provide you with information about Authentic Digital Projects. I tried to present you with resources where you could go and find examples of them, and maybe even some lesson plans from Microsoft or Google, and you could replicate those, or if you're so creative, make your own. Okay?
Does your school have adequate computers, basically?
We do. We are very fortunate, and
so every student basically has a computer, and a lot can be done there.
Absolutely.
And how much are the students using it per class?
It depends on the teacher, and that's very unfortunate, but I have some, let me go back and give you a little bit of background. We have a small number of kids, which sometimes helps, okay? About 1,050 students, K-12. Yeah. We have been able to buy, with mostly district funds, devices for every student in grades 3 through 12. Mostly iPads, but we do have a couple of grade levels that are using PCs. Okay, we're migrating to all iPads. This year, we weren't able to do this last year, but this year, our pre-kindergarten through 2nd grade will be able to have at least 3 to 4 iPads per classroom. So they'll have a nice little, area where they can do like a center. We paid for that mostly with district funds. We do get some E-rate money. We do get some Title I money. That has helped, but it's been mostly district funds.
What about stealing?
We haven't had much theft. We do have some damage, and basically the way the damage works is if a kid breaks it, they have to pay to have it fixed, or if the parents opt to, they can purchase an insurance so that when they break it or it gets stolen, the insurance pays for it.
What about pornography?
We have that some, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe more than we know, but we have a pretty good filtering system, but you can't filter everything. It's not possible. We deal with it on a case-by-case basis, and basically if you're caught with, either it on your machine or you're doing it or you're sharing it with other people, you're going to have the same kind of punishment as you would have if you brought your Playboy or your Playgirl.
So some teachers are using a lot, others not as much.
Absolutely. We have some teachers that I'll walk in their room and they're using it every single day. Other teachers, I'll walk down the hall and I might see them use it once in 6 weeks. So a lot of it is comfort level,
What about grade level? Students have a tendency to learn better with paper in front of them, hands-on, than they do a lot of audio and things.
We have some students that prefer the digital platform, but we do have some students that, if given an opportunity to do paper and pen, they'll opt to do it that way. I won't lie, we do. And I don't think that that's bad. I think that as an educator, I want to be cognizant of how kids learn. And if they don't learn using this, then I don't want to force that down their throat, But if they do learn using that, I want to give them that opportunity.
The real, I've taught physics 10 years. And they come from our high-tech people, Grand Prairie.
Right.
They go over there and they can't even divide. We're taking physics. I shake my head. And they come to the best schools in Grand Prairie and all their high-tech. And it's a problem because they never really learn math, some of the basic things.
Can they work
They
the
used to a
problem with the
computer,
tool or no?
they're used to a, calculator.
Yeah,
If you throw them away, they're bright students, but they don't know where they're going.
yeah. Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, and you kind of mentioned it earlier, and I said I was gonna talk about that. That's a valid point, because I do think there are some basic skills that students still need to learn. I know this year my son was in 8th grade math, and they used the Pearson Math textbook online every day. Every day, all their assignments the first semester were all online every day. And the math teacher got very frustrated because the kids weren't doing as well as he wanted them to do. And one of the things that I noticed, and that's just my alarm telling me it's 2:45 because I didn't want to go over. One of the things that he told them at the semester time is, okay, well, if you're not going to learn on electronics, we're going to go back. We're going to go completely back to paper. And they did that for about 6 weeks, and then they kind of started mixing it. For me as a parent, it was frustrating, not only because I like, computers and I teach it and all of that, but when my son would bring home the assignments on the computer, and he didn't bring his computer home, he could have, but we have computers at home, the great thing about it is there was a place in the lesson where you could go and you could have it show you how to work the problem. So when he came home and he didn't know how to work the problem, I'd make him go to that. I'd sit there with him, okay? That's a big key to it as well. I'd sit there with him, I'd make him go through that, write down the steps on a piece of paper, and then he would go back out and have to work the problem again. It would change up the problem, so it was a different problem. Other kids would just guess. Now, this is what I think. I'm probably preaching to the choir, but my guess is they would get home, no mom or dad there to sit by them, and they just guess. And so they wouldn't understand the lesson, they wouldn't get the value of the computer assisted tool that was there to help them, and then they didn't learn. And in my opinion, it helped my son, because he would come home and he wouldn't know what he was supposed to do, and we could go through that and we could discover what he was supposed to do. But I can see it being a problem if it's not used correctly.
We have reading lab too. And some of them, they have lessons like phonetics and things. Well, they skipped 10 years of phonetics in school for a while. So kids can't even spell or pronounce
What
but
I see
in my reading lab, they got an hour, and they got to write 2 full pages on the septic tank. Less than 2 hours. I don't have them go through all the phonetics and kindergarten stuff. They got to get with it and the sketch on top of it. So
what I see in first grade, because we have things that there are tutorials that they have to do, and they have to get 3 things right 6 times in a row. They have to get it right 18 times.
Right.
The kids will say, I'm doing the same thing. I said, you have to quit guessing. They treat everything as a video game. Click here, click here, click here. On a totally different note, my daughter teaches in Arkansas, and next year their high school is going to issue every student a laptop. And one of the things that they are exploring is that starting in 9th grade, the student family would pay a fee, and they would pay a little bit every year and own it when they graduate.
Right.
And that way,
there's some buy-in.
There's some buy-in, and you're within a 4-year loop of being updated.
Right. And that's kind of what we've tried to do. Actually, this year was the first year we had seniors that, had laptops. Because we didn't do it all at once. We didn't here's, 800 laptops. We did we did a grade level, and then 2 grade levels, then 3, then 4. And we got to kind of train our teachers as we went along. I think we really took a really smart approach to it. But we're not perfect. We still have teachers that don't use it right. We have teachers that do use it right. But to me, this is just like your pen and paper. If you're a good teacher and you want them to use this, and you learn how to use it and learn how to use this in your classroom, they're going to use it effectively. If I gave you a pen and a piece of paper, you'd still be a good teacher, and you'd still get your kids to learn. So given the technology is not going to solve our problems. It's still about the teaching, it's still about the teaching processes, It's still about knowing your students and figuring out how to get them to do what you know they need to be doing, not what they want to do, but you know, what they need to be doing. So, well, I appreciate y'all's attendance. Let y'all go a little bit early, not too much early because we talked. But I hope y'all have a good summer. I only get 2 weeks off in the summer, but I'm looking forward to it. It'll be July. But I know y'all deserve it. Y'all are in the trenches, so I hope y'all have a good summer and come back next year all refreshed and ready to go. Thank you. Be sure you sign in if you did not. And I don't have a remote, so I have to live dangerously. I'm gonna put this back the way I found it, so. I will. Make sure you email me to remind me. I will. So when you're on the 30th, one of my actual co-teachers, her husband got a job transfer. Yes. So they moved to Chicago and did some. Yes. And every time there's one up there for before. And there's a lot of stuff going on. And I'll be ready. We'll do the same thing. I think we tried it. One that she actually did. If you will email me, I'll give you my email address. If you'll email me, I'll email you where it is. I cannot remember right now. You can do it in OneNote too. OneNote will let you record. OneNote in the classroom is the one you really want to use.
The only problem that I have, our projectors on wireless, so kind of running through the computer.
Right.
iPad.
Right.
So that's where it gets a little tricky.
Absolutely.
There's a couple programs where you can control your computer.
Right.
But it doesn't.
Well, OneNote would be something you could run on your laptop or already physically connected.
Right.
Whereas if you're using an iPad, you would want something to be able to connect wirelessly.
I mean, I could just record my screen off QuickTime and it would have it.
Yes.
But it wouldn't have the audio.
Yes.
It would only have the screen.
I will look that up, but you know, obviously your iPad has the built-in, microphone.
Right.
And it makes it really easy.
Yeah.
Educreations is one, you might go take a look at that one in the meantime, but if you'll email me, I'll tell you exactly. We did have to pay a little bit for it, it's like $4.99 or something, I mean, when anything, it didn't break the bank.
Right. Trust me, I bought lots of stuff on my own.
Absolutely. Well, we bought it for her because I knew she was gonna use it, so.
Well,
As a district, we
I'm
bought
thinking
it.
about buying the adapter to make mine wireless, but
Yeah.
those aren't cheap either.
No, the one I had was $59, and it's for the Surface exclusively. Now, we are experimenting with our iPads with a piece of software called Reflector 2. You install the software on your PC that's physically connected to the device, and then on your iPad, you don't install anything. You just use AirPlay to connect to your computer, and it just projects away. So you might look at that. It's about $14.99. Reflector 2. The great thing about it, you can project multiple iPads.
Oh, okay.
So if you had 2 teacher iPads, you can project a whole class, but you get 2 up there, your space is limited. You get 5 up there, your space is really limited.
Okay. Are you teaching one tomorrow too?
I am. I'm teaching flipped classroom tomorrow.
I'm in the morning, I think.
Okay, cool.
2:30, so.
It'll be a little more interactive than this was.
All right, thank you.
All right.
server, lights were on, we're all
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm back tomorrow with completed learning.
All right.
Awesome.
We'll see you in the morning.
Is that recording off, I guess?
No,
Was it not?
I don't think it was recording, was it?
No, we didn't have any this afternoon. Oh, yeah, we went to the library.
This one wasn't recording though, right?
I was gonna say, 'cause we didn't